Good evening. Good evening, everyone. We have a full house tonight, so welcome to everyone. All right, we're going to start. We have a long agenda, and I want to be able to fit everybody in. So, good evening and welcome to tonight's City Council meeting. Information on how to watch, attend, and participate, as well as agendas, minutes, and video recordings, can be found on Broomfield's website at broomfield.org/council meetings. The public may also participate in public comment in person. The City and County of Broomfield has discontinued the City Council meeting call-in services due to the vendor no longer continuing to offer these services. This change took effect following the March 11th City Council meeting, meaning call-in services will no longer be provided. This change will not impact the broadcasting of the City Council meetings through the City and County of Broomfield website or on Channel 8. And Broomfield residents can still participate prior to or during council meetings. Visit the broomfield.org/council meeting webpage for more details on participation in meetings. Public comment will be limited to 90 minutes total per item. The first 1 through 15 participants in the queue have 3 minutes to speak. The next 16 through 25 have 2 minutes, and if time remains, the next 26 plus participants have 1 minute to speak. For our hard of hearing residents present, we have wireless headsets available through the AV team in the back of the council chambers. The City Council regular meeting is called to order. Councilmember Leslie is remote. Can someone verify that for me? Because he just asked for the Zoom link at 5:20. Is he online? Okay, so he's not here right now, but a quorum of the council is present. So will everyone please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much. We'll begin with council's review and approval of this evening's agenda. Council may add or remove items from the consent agenda, or council may revise the order of business for the meeting. Does any member of the council have any comments or questions regarding this evening's agenda? Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you. I wasn't quite sure if our things are working up here. Mine isn't working.
Oh yeah, mine neither.
That's okay. I'm pulling up my item here. I just wanted to move one of the items towards the beginning of the agenda, and I believe it's item, I need to look at it, 7E. Yes, 7E towards the beginning of the action items. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any objections to this agenda being approved as modified? Seeing none, the agenda is approved. So we'll be moving 7E up to the top of the action items. That's the open space renaming. Before we begin tonight's agenda, I want to introduce Alejandra Mundia Cuevas, Constituent Services Representative from the Office of Congresswoman Brittany Patterson, who's here this evening to provide us with a brief federal update. Alejandra, would you please give us that update?
Yes, thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Alejandra. I'm here from Congresswoman Brittany Patterson's office, as the mayor mentioned. I did want to just bring a quick federal update on our behalf of the Congresswoman. Just wanted to start off by saying that last week, President Trump signed an executive order that effectively kicked off the process of dismantling the Department of Education. Dismantling the Department of Education would disrupt billions of dollars in federal funding to K through 12 schools and tuition assistance to college students. Under the executive order, federal funding for students with disabilities, Title I funding for low-income schools, and federal student loan repayments aren't directly impacted yet. However, the order does ban programs or activities receiving agency funds from advancing diversity, equity, and inclusion or gender ideology. Congresswoman Patterson has been working to demand answers from the administration and will continue fighting against this reckless decision and DOJ's illegal termination of half of the staff at the Department of Education. Social Security and Medicare are a lifeline to Colorado seniors. While Donald Trump calls Social Security a scam and Elon Musk may think it's a Ponzi scheme, Rep. Patterson knows Social Security benefits are a lifeline to older Coloradans, and she will continue to fight for our seniors to get the income that they earned. She also strongly opposes the Trump administration's directive to fire 7,000 Social Security Administration workers and close 10 field offices nationwide. Brett Pedersen strongly supports a comprehensive immigration reform. She's calling for common sense bipartisan policies to protect dreamers, secure the border, and provide a legal pathway to citizenship for immigrants who have called this country home for years. Brett Pedersen is deeply concerned with the mass deportations carried out by the Trump administration. Everyone in the United States, regardless of their immigration status, has fundamental rights under the US Constitution. We also have a Know Your Rights website section on our website at pedersen.house.gov to help everyone understand their rights when interacting with law enforcement or immigration agents. Congresswoman Pedersen is concerned with the cuts to the VA under the Trump administration. They have the potential to be catastrophic and jeopardize the health care that veterans have rightfully earned. These brave individuals fought for our country and deserve proper care, not a reduction in their benefits. It is important that we honor their sacrifices by ensuring they receive the support they need. Congresswoman Pedersen has signed onto a letter to the VA Secretary Collins to demand answers on what the VA will do to ensure that crisis services and the VA's crisis line are not impacted by Trump's executive orders, and we'll keep working to make sure our VA system has every tool it needs to serve Colorado veterans and their families. And one thing I did want to mention as well is we are hosting a resource fair this week, Thursday, March 27th, from 10:30 a.m. to 12 p.m. in the Golden Community Center. For anyone that is looking for affordable housing options, please RSVP and stop by. Even as Broomfield residents, you guys are still constituents of the 7th Congressional District, and we would love to have you there. If you have any questions or concerns, we want to be a resource for you during this difficult and confusing time, so please feel free to reach out to our office at 303-274-7944. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alejandra. Next, under petitions and communications, we'd like to honor Broomfield sophomore Shayla Martinez, Class 5A girls 190-pound state champion wrestler. Shayla is the first girls wrestling champion from the Boulder Valley School District and the first girl to be named the Daily Camera Wrestler of the Year. On behalf of myself and Broomfield City Council, we'd like to congratulate you.
I just want to say thank you to all my family, friends, and coaches for supporting me throughout my season and for giving me courage and faith in myself to attain my state championship. I also appreciate all the support I've gotten from everyone from the Broomfield community, and I thank you for having me here tonight.
What an amazing achievement. We're so proud of you.
Thank you so
Want to take a
much.
picture with
Yes,
us in
of
front of the dais? Okay. Well, we usually allow anyone to comment if anyone else would like to comment on this. If not, we'll move on. If there's, all right, we'll move on then. The next under petitions and communications this evening, and you'll see we have a lot of fans, is a proclamation declaring April 26, 2025 as World Tai Chi and Qigong Day in Broomfield. I know. Will the representatives please come up to the podium or do whatever you're going to do? I have a feeling there's going to be something, so I'm here for it. Okay. Oh, we're doing picture first. Okay, I'm flexible. We can do the picture first. And then we'll receive the proclamation. So you can go down to the podium and meet Mayor Pro Tem Schaaf, and I'll summarize it. On April 26, 2025 at 10 a.m. local time, that's Saturday, millions across more than 80 countries will participate in World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, a global event promoting health, wellness, and unity. Beginning in New Zealand and moving across 6 continents, this synchronized movement highlights the physical and mental benefits of Tai Chi and Qigong. This year, Broomfield, Colorado will join the celebration at Anthem Park, inviting participants of all skill levels to experience the healing power of these ancient practices. Therefore, I hereby declare and proclaim April 26, 2025 as World Tai Chi and Qigong Day in Broomfield. Take it away.
Thank you. We just greatly appreciate this, greatly appreciate you and all the members. Thank you so much. And please, you're all invited, of course, and there will be a banner up at the Broomfield Community Center at some point too. And also you can check out taichibroomfield.com. Thank you.
April 26th. Does anybody else want to make any comments, or you're just there for support? Well, thank you all so much for coming. Next, under petitions and communications this evening is a proclamation declaring April 25th as Child Abuse Prevention and Awareness Month in Broomfield. Will the representatives here to accept the proclamation please come meet Mayor Pro Tem Schaaf at the podium? Thank you all for joining us this evening. I'll let you guys introduce yourselves in a second. Every child in Colorado deserves to be valued, healthy, and thriving. As the future leaders and community members of our state, their development is essential to both social and economic prosperity. Childhood trauma, including abuse and neglect, affects every part of our community and requires collective action to address its long-term impacts. Supporting families with the resources they need helps prevent child abuse and promotes positive experiences. The City and County of Broomfield collaborates with local organizations and stakeholders to build awareness, strengthen families, and ensure a safe, stable, and nurturing environment for all children. Therefore, I hereby declare and proclaim April 2025 as Child Abuse Prevention and Awareness Month in the City and County of Broomfield. And I invite and urge all residents to recognize this month by dedicating themselves to the task of improving the quality of life for all children and families. Would our representatives like to make any comments? Ms. Jones?
You would, thank you. And thank you for letting us be here in that great proclamation. Great crowd today. I'm Jessica Jones. I'm the director of the Broomfield Early Childhood Council. We're a Broomfield-based nonprofit organization striving to support the health and education of young children birth to 8, their families, and their caregivers. So I'll talk a little bit about parenting. Parenting is a basic human right. It doesn't have a license or a manual to follow. It's a thing that has existed since the dawn of our human race. It's a basic right that's easy and manages to fit in with our daily life. Said no one ever. Parenting is hard. It's stressful. It goes often without recognition or appreciation. And I know firsthand that overwhelming stress, so much that you can't breathe during the day and you can't sleep at night. I have been a mess on many occasions, and it's a common thing. Perfection and parenting perfection is a myth. It's hard, it's stressful, but we can do hard things. It's such a rewarding and the most pleasing experience I've ever had in my whole life. But it's when the hard gets too hard and when that stress is too overwhelming. That's what this month is about, because child abuse is preventable. We come together through our tremendous partnership of FISH, CASA, City and County of Broomfield, Human Services, Police Department, and the library. We want to celebrate these symbols of our whimsical, playful nature in pinwheels, like we have up here today. Broomfield has a rich and meaningful resources to help parents build resiliency, create social connections, have concrete supports in times of need, knowledge of parenting and child development, and develop the social emotional competence of children. With these 5 things in place, we can support our families and our children with greater diligence and ensuring that they have a long, healthy life. Our resource partners are here today for Broomfield families and caregivers. It's not, again, it's not a handout, it's not even a hand up, but it's a hold your hand and get you through those hard times together. To see the joy and the fun-loving nature of children and enjoy their gift of being, and enjoy the gift that they give us to be a part of the ongoing human tradition of being a parent. We will be celebrating our annual, 14 years now, our annual pinwheel planting on April 2nd at 10 o'clock, right in front of the library. We're using sustainable pinwheels to come plant in the ground so that the Broomfield family can see, or the Broomfield community can see that we do support children and families, and everybody is welcome, including, of course, my city council members and city staff and my city and county Broomfield friends. So thank you very much. I'll pass it over to Paula.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Hi, good evening. My name is Paula Stack, and I'm the Director of Program Strategy and Evaluation for CASA of Adams and Broomfield counties. First and foremost, I want to thank you for highlighting this very important month, and thank you to all of our partners who are here with me tonight. At CASA, we recruit, train, and supervise community volunteers who advocate for children who have experienced abuse and neglect. By recognizing Child Abuse Prevention Month, you are helping to increase awareness in the community about the importance of strengthening families, supporting parents, and building better futures for children in Broomfield. Last year, we served 28 children in Broomfield, and your support is instrumental in continuing this work. I encourage anyone listening tonight to consider becoming a CASA volunteer. A great way to learn more about it is to attend our upcoming Light of Hope lunch on April 25th, where we'll be sharing inspiring stories of advocacy and impact from the last 25 years. We are proud to have the City and County of Broomfield as a sponsor of this event and are deeply grateful for your partnership in our mission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to come on up?
Hi, good evening. I'm Bonnie Steele. I'm the intake supervisor with Child Welfare here in Broomfield. I wanted to first introduce Valerie Aparicio, who's our new permanency supervisor and has been an amazing team member for us. Welcome. I also just want to thank our amazing partners. We can't do this work without all of our collaboration, and also to our CCOB leadership for allowing us to have manageable caseloads to engage effectively and meaningfully with our families. That's why we do this work. And also it also creates our ability to build out prevention efforts as well as our collaborative management program. So thank you.
Thank you.
I will just echo what Bonnie has stated. I've had the lovely privilege of working with CCOB since June of last year. And I would say that coming from a different county working in child welfare, to hear that it has been an absolute joy and pleasure to work with the Broomfield community and to be able to serve our families with a lot of hope and a lot of services in place. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. What about y'all? Come on, don't be shy. You have a part to play.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Eric Frederick, the Investigations Division Commander for the Police Department. We just want to express our support and reiterate what our partners said here, that we do have a team approach to this, and we're all here to help end child abuse and do what we can when it does occur in our county. So we just appreciate our community partners as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? No pressure. We appreciate you all being here in this huge show of support, and we're grateful for the vital work that you do and proud to be able to help, support this proclamation. So thank you all so much and bringing awareness. All right. so- Next, under petitions and communications this evening is an update regarding the Front Range Passenger Rail Joint Service. Will our representatives please come down to the podium and introduce yourselves? Thank you so much for coming to Broomfield.
Thank you. Brandon, do you want to introduce yourself?
It's always good to be in Broomfield County. Thank you. My name is Brandon Schaefer, a special advisor for passenger rail and transit this evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for having us here. My name is Barrick Abramson. I've been supporting the state and the different partners in the joint study of passenger rail. And we're here to provide you an update that we're really excited about. Just to set the expectations, the state and the partners had to submit a report on March 1st, answering one fundamental question. Are there unallocated and available resources sufficient to bring starter service online? So that's a lot of what we'll be talking about today. So we can go to the first slide here, or the next one. In order to answer that question, there's been some studies done that required some assumptions about what passenger rail would look like. Some of those foundational assumptions are that there would be one operator running the service, one access agreement with BNSF, who controls and owns those lines, and one route. What we know is that by having one operator of the full service, we reduce any of the inefficiencies, make it easier for all of the parties involved to coordinate, and ensure that this service is frequent and it's reliable. I mentioned the one access agreement. By having a singular access agreement, rather than CDOT or Front Range Passenger Rail and RTD all negotiating different agreements with BNSF, it ensures that they can more efficiently and easily work with the rail and get all of the sidelines agreements that are necessary. And finally, one route. One route that utilizes RTD's B line coming out of Denver's Union Station, which is a route that's been widely studied, well-known, and is accepted across the region. By using that single route, we can much more easily plan and execute passenger rail service across the Front Range. If we can go to the next slide. Again, continue on what are some of these assumptions. The joint service, as we'll talk about, would be a starter service. It's not the end result. Joint service could stand alone, or it could merge with or be acquired by Front Range Passenger Rail once FRPR successfully passes a ballot initiative to bring in additional funds. Joint service could be funded with existing resources today prior to going to the voters. And we're going to walk through today what that looks like. But in part of those points that I just mentioned, it's important that what this does is to pave the way for the future. Nearly all of the infrastructure improvements we're talking about to get the starter service would be needed for the future of the full passenger rail. Whether it's a standalone or a merger in the future, joint service would be governed for now by an intergovernmental agreement among the parties, including RTD, CTIO, CTE, CDOT, and FRPR, and it would be administered by the state at CDOT. Should Front Range Passenger Rail pass a ballot initiative in the future, the service could, as I said, merge into them or be acquired by them. And finally, we're talking about beginning with existing resources. The parties want to provide the most amount of service with the existing funding, and polling has done by FRPR, shown that voters are hesitant right now to passing new sales tracks prior to fast tracks being used for completion of the promised train from Boulder and Longmont. We can go to the next slide here. And I know I'm going through a lot of information. I've got about 12 slides. We want to get through to really explain the finances of why this is possible, and then we welcome some questions. So people have talked over the last 20, 25 years, and certainly the last 5, about different types of service, from RTD's peak rail to Front Range Passenger Rail. What we're talking about is a hybrid service that draws on all of these. Oh, sorry. There's been these different services contemplated using commuter service and intercity passenger rail. What we're now talking about is an initial starter service with the 8 stations you'll see on the right, starting at Denver Union Station, up through Westminster, Broomfield, Louisville, stops in Boulder, Longmont, and Loveland. I'm going to be talking a lot about money today, and I want to call out one of the things here in particular, that the operation and management and the debt service for this service is $83 million annually, and I'll walk through where those funds could come from. I think one of the most important things, different studies of any of these parties doing any of this of loan come with a much higher price tag, and they come with a start date that's anywhere between 2050 to 2055. This joint study shows that this is all possible with a timing to start in 2029. If we can go to the next slide, please. As I said, we're going to talk a lot about money. I mentioned that 885 or the 83 million. This is looking at the costs for operating the service, including the contingency. There's different ways you can model this. Given where we are in the development, based on the HNTB study, you'll see a total cost here on the left of 885 million, which is the number that we'll be working off of for the rest of the presentation today. That does include, you'll see a note on the right of a 30% contingency. That's baked into that 885 million because of where we are in the design work and the study work. Once there's been more of the engineering design work, we'll be able to tease that out a little bit. But you can see down at the bottom, some of the categories here of the professional services, the vehicles, the communications and signals, the site work, facilities, stations and tracks. But just keep in mind that $885 million number. If we go to the next slide, and Brandon, tap me if I miss anything on any of these. I think it's important to just walk through where we're getting the total cost of that 83 million. The first is looking at $32 million cost if we start service in 2029, just for the operations and maintenance for 3 round trips across this. You'll see this is modeled at 32 million starting in 2029, growing to $59 million with 2050 with a simple annual inflator on that. What does the O&M include? It includes the basics of operating a train service, fuel and power, the train and engine crew, the fleet maintenance, the route advertising, the fare collections, station maintenance, even things like insurance, overhead costs, and the host railroad fees and managing the agency administrative costs. We go to the next slide. So I mentioned 83 million, and I mentioned that the bigger number at the top. When we look at this 83 million in 2029 combines the cost of the operations and maintenance that I just went through, as well as the debt service for that 885 total cost that we talked about earlier in here. If we can go to the next slide. So Barrick, you're talking about a lot of things coming online with some big figures. Where is this money going to come from? A big piece of it is coming from 2 pieces of legislation that have already been passed by the legislature, Senate bills SB 184 and 230 in the 2024 session. Each of them have multiple uses. We've modeled this with approximately 50% being allocated to this. For Senate Bill 184, the forecast for the first year is $57 million, growing to $110 million by fiscal year 50. As I mentioned, the working assumption is that 50% of that goes into this joint rail service. That fee, for those interested, comes from a $3 a day rental car fee that the legislation included. I want to be transparent. The CTIO board, who will administer those funds, does have ultimate decision-making on that allocation. But the legislature was pretty clear that the intent of the legislation was for CTIO to prioritize funding joint service, as well as finding funds for mountain rail and the expansion of Bustang. So we're modeling this based on a 50% allocation. The other piece you'll see on the right, Senate Bill 230, there's a new fee on the extraction of oil and gas here in Colorado for the explicit purpose of cleaning air through the expansion of transit and rail. From that, there's a 20% set aside for rail projects. The bill does say that the CTE board should look at funding unfinished Northwest Rail and the N line, which is why we model this with that allocation. And that would relieve the remaining 10 million annually for the N line. Brandon, you did a lot of work on these bills. Anything I missed? No. All right. Let's talk about the funds. Go to the next slide. We'll talk about the funds from what would be a critical partner in all of this. And this is RTD, who I know everybody here is familiar with. And it's a big topic of conversation of where is RTD, where is Fast Tracks, where are their revenues? So this provides a high-level overview of RTD's forecast for the next 5 years, with the top left showing their revenues and anticipated expenditures. The bottom chart that I'll talk through shows RTD's current and expected reserves. I think it's a big credit to RTD's leadership and the decisions they've made that you see they're in a particularly strong financial condition. That includes some of the things that they did pre-pandemic to restructure some of their debt. But as a result of the work they've done internally, what you see is that in 2024, they'll be making they made an anticipated deposit into reserves of 24 million, a draw of 12 million, and that leaves them with ending reserves for 2024 fiscal at $994 million. You'll see that trend continue across, even as we get into some heavy drawdown years like 2027, where they anticipate drawing down 182 million. They're still up at 850 million in their reserves. Just to put that in a little bit of perspective, when the current gubernatorial administration came into office, Colorado had reserves of about 5%. They put a big focus for 6 years on increasing those reserves. They've gotten it up to about 15%. That 15% puts Colorado at right about the middle of the pack nationally of what states are operating with in terms of their reserves. So I just want to highlight the work that RTD has done to put themselves in a particularly healthy financial condition. I know that comes with a lot of questions of if they've got that, what are we doing with it? We're here to talk about one piece of that. If we go to the next piece, all right, so maybe we've got some pieces of the equation there. Where does the other funding come from? These are some of the identified and allowable revenue sources that were considered for the report that the parties were required to submit on March 1st, including the 184 car rental fee I mentioned and the SB 230, the oil and gas fee. You'll see over on the left, those items, some of the operating funding is anticipated to come from 4 primary sources. Those two, an RTD operating contribution, and then the fare box and ancillary revenues. This does not include the proceeds from any future federal grants, though some of those programs may be considered to supplement any identified state and local sources. Brandon, we good? Yeah. I'm just gonna keep rocking then until he taps me. Let's go next to what does this mean? For purposes of the study, one thing had to be answered for that March 1st report, as I started off the presentation, was whether if each of the parties and agencies to joint service made their independent decisions to appropriate the funds for the annual cost of the project, would there be sufficient funds as we sit here today for service? The answer from a legal and technical standpoint is yes. There are unallocated and available resources. No funds have yet been appropriated from SB 184 or 230 funds, and there is sufficient unallocated funds in the fast track sales tax to fund the project. What you see on the far left with the $51 million in debt service, that bottom blue box, and then to support the financing, the 885 number we shared earlier. And then on top of that is the $32 million I've been talking about for the O&M, the operations and maintenance. Then if we assume that, as we talked about a minute ago, 50% of the SB 184 and 50% of the SB 230, that gets us to the 42 million that you see in that bottom solid green box. So what that leaves us is a $41 million gap that would presumably be filled if they make that decision by RTD. Then if we look at this over the life of the project, you'll see the chart on the right there. We carry those items forward. We also then start adding on some of the costs for maintaining the state of the goods and services. If we did have the time and we added a third chart, I mentioned financing some of these costs. Those would ultimately fall off, most likely in about 2055. And then we would have those continued growth of the car rental fees and the O&G fees. So all of that was examined to ensure two things: that not only would we have sufficient funds and resources for starter service in 2029, but that there were sufficient resources for the full duration of the project. I've been talking a lot. I'm going to have one more slide with what we view as some of the key takeaways. I'll ask Brandon to hit on whatever I miss and then welcome questions. Bottom line, there are enough existing resources from the congestion impact fees, that's Senate Bill 184, the production fee, Senate Bill 230, and RTD sales tax, should they choose to invest this, to cover the cost of those 3 daily round trips with service starting in 2029. With 3 daily round trips, the cost is estimated at $83 million in the first year. Again, that's $32 million for O&M and then the 51 in debt service. If the state contributes the 42 million annually, there's that $41 million gap I mentioned to be filled by RTD. The revenue requirement may increase or decrease based on changes in capital sources or the project costs as those get further developed. Peak service with 3 trains from Denver to Longmont. That's one of the other options I talked about that we're not focused on. We're focused on the hybrid. But if we were looking at that peak rail from Denver to Longmont, the estimated cost of that would be $52 to $56 million annually for RTD alone. Now, 41 million, obviously significantly less than that 52 to 56 million. So when we look at this, I know a lot of people would love to have 5 round trips. They'd love for us to start sooner. We're really looking at this as we can't, it's not about letting perfect and good. It's about good or no service. It's about, can any of the parties do this alone, or can we find a way to bring an acceptable starter level of service online? And the answer is we can, and we can do it more cheaply and more quickly than what any party could do alone. As I mentioned at the top, nearly every one of the infrastructure investments for joint service would benefit the eventual full front range passenger rail service. These are things that would carry forward. There's a lot of further study that's needed to define the service, to negotiate the access agreement with BNSF, to develop all of the interagency agreements, and to figure out obviously what each local station would look like. What we were tasked with by the legislature going into March 1st was answer that big question. Given fees that exist today, given revenues that are not already allocated, does the state of Colorado and its partners have sufficient funds and resources to bring starter rail service online, running from Denver Union Station up here through Broomfield and continuing along? And the answer is yes. Brandon, anything you want to cover?
Yeah. What's important to realize is that if we can go back just one slide, I just want to clarify a little bit here that the $41 million gap by RTD, what we're saying here is that it would not be $41 million in cold hard cash. That could be an in-kind contribution to the service. For example, access to the B line, which is by their concessionaire DTO or DTP. And so we can actually work with them and have that $41 million amount come down, and the cash infusion might be a lot lower than what you see on the screen here. Just to what Barrick had said is that the March 1 report really was looking at 3 and 5 daily round trips. A lot of the questions that we're getting are, well, what comes next? We are actively working on those steps. And so we will look at different ridership numbers. We will look at what the cost is per station. We will look at all of that in this next phase of research, but just want to point that out here as well. We can go back to key takeaways. The other thing that I might add here too is that there's a lot of voter sentiment that they have not received service for fast tracks. They have not received rail, but there may have been bus supplemental services provided to the region. What we are saying is that this is the starter service for passenger rail on the Front Range. So Front Range Passenger Rail will come out in the next month or so with their plans, their draft plan, where they are looking at 6, 10, and 12 daily round trips for the full build out. What joint service seeks to do is instill trust back into the voters to actually fund transportation projects that the government can fund that can move Coloradans to and from work, recreation. And so this really is the building block service for FRPR that sets them up for success. It sets RTD up for success to deliver on a version of the Fast Tracks program that was initiated 20 years ago, and just make sure that we have the option to go to the ballot in 26, 28, 30, whenever FRPR goes, that they can see people see shovels in ground. They're on a train going from Fort Collins to CU Boulder, or going from Boulder down to Denver and vice versa. So this really is about instilling trust into the voters here. And so with that, that's the only thing I would add there as well. Actually one more, the last thing too is on the reserves. When we talk about their reserves, we are not saying that RTD has committed anything yet to this service. That is merely a snapshot of their financial picture right now as it stands. We are not drawing on any of their reserves, and the only reserve that would be qualified for this is their FISA and probably their capital reserve. This is extremely important that we say today, we have not negotiated that with RTD yet. We are just merely taking the findings from this and presenting it to key stakeholders along the corridor. And all of that is in this next phase of negotiation with the district, with Deborah Johnson, and with her board as well. So that's the only thing I would add. And then we'll just take questions if there are any.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the presentation, Mr. Abramson and Mr. Schaefer. We do take public comment on this item. So if anyone would like to be heard on this item, you can be heard. And if not, we'll go to council questions and comments, starting with Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you both for the presentation. This is now, I think, the third time I've seen this.
I hope it gets better each time.
No. I'll just be quite frank, no. I guess, so my first question is just for clarification for everyone listening, just to reiterate, this is not assuming any sort of new tax dollars. You're not asking the voters for new tax dollars. This is just existing funds that the state has created through SB 180 and no, it's 230, 184 and 230. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. How does...
And I do want to clarify, those are the two streams of funds that the state has created. We also have that RTD piece of it.
Yes, correct. How does this project allow RTD to move forward and deliver on its promise that it made to the voters in 2004 during Fast Tracks, which was 55 trains a day?
I'm obviously not able to speak for RTD. I will speak directly to you and the council and the members here. It doesn't solve for something that was talked about 20 plus years ago. What it does do is provide a viable path forward that will bring service online starting in 2029. You'd have to talk to RTD, but from the studies I've seen nothing that says there is anything viable that would bring that level of service online with the available funds or within a reasonable time.
Thank you for your honesty. I think when you say this is a viable service, quote, what you're proposing right now, a usable 3 round trips a day is not usable because you haven't even defined when those round trips are going to occur. Is it 1 in the morning, 1 midday, 1 afternoon, or is it following the peak service model where you do 3 in the morning and 3 in the afternoon? You haven't defined that. That's not usable for most people on this corridor. And it's not confidence inspiring that there is no path forward for RTD to deliver on its promise, which is the biggest problem you and FRPR are going to have with a ballot initiative in 2026 if they decide to move forward there. So I guess my next question is, as this relates to FRPR, how does this tie in with the paltry 10 round trips a day that they want to build up to 2045?
So I'm not going to label whether something is usable, robust, paltry. I respect your views on those. Where we were charged with doing was putting some basic modeling assumptions in place. And the parties agreed to model 3 and 5 round trips. Whether that's usable was not something they were tasked with. That was what they were assigned to do. To your question of where does this fit in with FRPRs, this would be a foundational building block, as we talked about in the presentation, that everything in this is intended to be repurposable and usable and a piece of the infrastructure, including the operational infrastructure for the ultimate FRPR service, which the legislature was very clear should run from Fort Collins through here, through Denver and down to Pueblo. But this study right now, what the legislature asked the 3 joint parties to do was to model what was possible with existing resources.
Okay, so building on that, if FRPR, and I forget which slide it is, but you laid out what stations each party would be responsible for or could potentially service. And FRPR has 5 northern Colorado stations, being Boulder, Longmont, Loveland, Fort Collins, and Denver. With joint service, there are 8 stations. You include Louisville, Broomfield, of which we have to pick 1, and then Westminster, of which they have to pick 1, because under Fast Tracks, we both have 2. How does that service overlap with FRPR providing 5 stations and this joint service providing 8, when FRPR, as far as I know, is not necessarily studying adding a station between Boulder and Denver?
And I'll start to answer that. I'm going to bring Brandon in for some pieces of this. What this shows is the different things that have been contemplated. What was contemplated by FRPR, what was contemplated by RTD's peak rail study, This is really about establishing a hybrid of those that would be the joint operation. I don't think we're talking about joint service and then layering additional service on top of that on that same corridor. The other thing I want to clarify is as it relates to station selection, there's also going to be a heavy factor from the federal mandates and dictates when it comes to intercity and commuter. But Brandon, anything you want to talk about these three different scenarios?
Yeah, I'll address a couple things. We just presented to Adams County today, and what this solves for is that FRPR does not stop in Broomfield. It does not stop in Louisville, and it does not stop in Westminster. And joint service seeks to solve that skipping of these three municipalities and add those stations there. As for Broomfield and Westminster on their stations, yes, there are a couple stations that we have available. The lowest cost option looked at 72nd Street, the already built Westminster station. The criteria here, though, that we have to go by is what the FRA will say, what qualifies as intercity passenger rail. We don't want to shut off that and say this is no longer intercity, because we want to leave that door open for federal funds down the road. Whether or not that comes in this administration or the next, we want to keep that option open to bring down Colorado taxpayers' money back here to provide transportation options here. On the schedule front that you had mentioned too, I'll just add, we are working on that as we speak. We're working on a schedule. It does not follow the peak service. It is 3 round trip bi-directional trains. So in the example here, in the morning, you could get on a train at Denver, go to Fort Collins, and there would be another train going from Fort Collins all the way down to Denver, picking up people and transporting them north and south. So we're not looking at the peak service that RTD proposed. We're looking at actual bi-directional trains there. I don't know if that helps you here, but the really joint service does solve for these municipalities being skipped over and actually adding them here to make sure that we are getting service delivered to the region as well.
The last thing I'd layer in is your question about how do we get to, whether we call it robust, whether we call it more frequent, or you call it usable service. As Brandon mentioned, the idea is if by 2029, we can have service running at this level, that for the first time in 21 years shows voters rail service being delivered, that positions FRPR or whoever the rail authority is better to go ask the voters in good faith to provide more support.
All right, so that didn't answer my question, and I'll tell you why it didn't answer my question. You say that the joint service is intended to address the cities and municipalities that are skipped over. What you didn't address is when FRPR goes to the voters, or whenever they decide to go to the voters and ask for funds, are those funds going to be used to just bolster the joint service model, or are they still going to maintain their current station of 5, of which Broomfield does not have one, and we get skipped over there? Because it's one thing to say, we're going to give you 3 round trips a day and then tax you and not give you more service to go along with that tax.
I'll let Brandon speak to what conversations he's been part of on that front.
Yeah, just to your question, for example, if we were to go to the ballot, what we know is that they're in an inflationary environment that we're in. Colorado voters, even in the northern segment and southern segment, will not vote for this measure. It does almost pass. We need to instill confidence into this community and along the corridor that we can deliver on train service first and foremost. We had on the second slide that's in your deck, in your council deck there, up there, if FRPR goes to the ballot and they are successful, they can merge this service, and any additional sales tax revenue would bolster and add on to joint service here that we're proposing. So the 3 round trips or the 5 round trips that we were tasked to study, they can add on. If they're doing another 6th right there, they can add 1 more. If they're doing 10, they can add up to 7 more round trips. But that's where we're saying they can merge and they can acquire this service, and they can, with the new sales tax money that they would acquire, could add on to what they are doing for the full build out. We are merely proposing just the building blocks for now. Does that answer your question?
Yes, that was a lot of words to answer my question. Thank you. My next question, before I have a comment, is with this joint service and the fact that you are asking us to pick one station that Fast Tracks said we were going to get, will that preclude RTD from constructing the secondary station that we were promised in Fast Tracks later down the road when they find the funds, because they're gonna have to find the funds if they want more money from us. Or does this preclude them from that? Because my fear, and I think many along the Northwest Corridor, is that RTD is using this as a mechanism to escape fully performing on Fast Tracks.
So a couple quick things, and then again, I'm going to tag Brandon in. I don't work for, don't represent, and won't pretend to speak for RTD either for 2004 or 2025. I do want to clarify on the station. We're not here asking the council or all of you to pick a station. There will have to be selection in the future. But as Brandon and I have both mentioned, I think there's going to be a lot more influence on what we get as the determination of that intercity versus the commuter rail from the federal side. But as to could RTD add a second station, I think it's more question of we're talking about the future expansion of this would most likely be because FRPR goes to the ballot. What they may do, I can't speak for today. I have not heard that as a central point of conversation. Brandon?
No. Again, I would just lean on the peak rail service feasibility study that RTD paid for, and they have 30% designs for all of the station stops, 30% design on the tracks. So we will look at those designs in this next phase and see what's viable here. But I would also just emphasize to maintain federal intercity passenger rail classification is utmost importance. That way the state does not shut down receiving federal funds in the future. And so there will need to be a conversation down the road on which station sites are the best to pick, looking at land use, looking at zoning, looking at TOD opportunities. But it's really important that we don't have stations so close together that the FRA, the federal government, would tell us this is not intercity passenger rail, and thus we cannot give you any federal dollars for intercity rail. So there's a careful balancing act that we have to do here.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions at this time, but I do have one comment, and I know I'm short on time, so I'll have other comments for second round. I had a conversation with the FRA via phone and email, and they noted that under the federal rules, codified rules, intercity passenger rail service is defined as anything other than commuter rail service, which basically means it has to go between multiple or at least two different metropolitan planning organizations. Front Range Passenger Rail has 4. They did not indicate, and they actually told me, that adding additional stops within a metropolitan planning organization does not move you from intercity to commuter rail. What it could potentially do is make you less competitive for federal funding, but it does not change that classification. So I'd like to be very clear about that. And I'll save my other comments for later. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And next we have Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. You know, I've grown up here my entire life in around the Boulder County area, and you know, in 2004 and 5, the next big thing was a public transit. And I guess, you know, this presentation has showed that it's possible, but it's going to take a lot of time and a lot of resources, like as you mentioned. So my question is, what makes this different from previous iterations? Like, will Broomfielders be able to see public transit? And if not, do we have to truly wait until 2050 until RTD figures itself out?
I appreciate the question. And I will tell you, I moved back home to Colorado in 2005, made home Louisville, in not small part because I knew I was going to have that passenger rail to get me up to see friends in Fort Collins or down south. So I understand the frustration. What I can only speak to are two things. We have had the studies done. We've looked at the numbers. The funding levels exist, if each of the parties so choose to use them that way, to deliver on that service. So that in 2029, you and the people here are seeing the action that results in that service or getting on the very trains. I can also tell you, I have not seen any viable path that whether it's 2055 or 2075, that we are going to have what was contemplated in 2004. That's just the reality of where we sit today. But this plan provides that path for starter service from Denver up through this North Corridor in 2029.
And my follow-up question is, I understand the voters will likely vote down against any dollars, but from what I can see and tell, there is an appetite, there is a desire to have public transit between Boulder to Denver. Is this study covered that? Like, I know there's interest for, using public transit, but obviously, who's going to pay for it is the question.
I think who's going to pay for it is obviously the big question. What is the current appetite today? I think any of the studies that exist today are pre-pandemic and look at even a front range corridor that looks dramatically different than it does even today. Every indication we've had has been the same as yours, that there is a real appetite, or the state and the partners wouldn't be looking, and they wouldn't be able to secure the support for some of these funding streams to get starter service. I think we all know Colorado has not historically been a public transit state. I spent years living in the Bay Area of San Francisco, where it was just what people grew up with. And I think we're going to have to do that fundamental shift, and where people are going to see it's 2029 and I can get on a train and go see my friends in CSU. I can go to Boulder. I can go down to downtown Denver. And it's going to be impacting a lot of other things. There's no denying our housing challenges and our development challenges. And what comes on with this is all of the opportunities for that transit-oriented development. So to the point of your question, do we know sitting here today how many people exactly? We don't have the current information, which is part of the work going forward that we need to go. The legislature charged this group with answering by March 1st. Could it be done financially with what exists today? The answer to that is yes. Now the charge, as Brandon has explained, is to do a lot of that details of what does it look like in the last mile in each community, and where do we go with the voters from there? Right now, there's no reason to believe that if you went to voters and once again asked them without putting anything online, that they would be ready to make that leap.
I appreciate, your answer and your thoughtfulness. I think this is not an easy task to do, especially after, to be quite frank, multiple times of promises that have not been fulfilled. But I wish you the best of luck. And again, I appreciate your presentation. That's my questions, Mayor.
Thank you, council member.
Thank you very much. Next is Councilmember Marsh Holshan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. This is very informative, and all the hard work that you've been tasked to do and have done on this. I think you can hear the frustration up here, and not just us, my colleagues, but also the community, that we were promised a lot and we've gotten very little. And I guess the question I have, sentiment kind of, is if this goes forward, is it basically just appeasement and a Band-Aid? Because we're getting something, but we're not getting anything close to what we were promised. I guess opposed to, if we don't move forward with this, would the public pressure grow enough to be able to actually get what we were promised?
I'm only going to speak to what I can tell you with certainty. I'm not going to try to predict what the public might do. I don't think this is appeasement. I think this is looking at what is the reality of what is possible, fully recognizing. As I said, I moved here back home expecting that train. I'm not sitting on the outside. I know the taxes that we have all paid, expecting it. I've watched those numbers tick up. Where we sit today is, I think this is not only the opportunity to get a base level of service online. I think critical, that is a springboard. That is the foundation upon which more robust service can be built. The polling I have seen does not in any way suggest that voter frustration is going to turn to enthusiasm simply by waiting them out.
But do you think, I guess I own the house that my wife grew up in Broomfield. Her parents were the original owners back in '78. If you talk to my father-in-law about fast tracks, you will get hours and hours of ears full about taxes that were paid with nothing in return. I have a hard time believing that 3 trips a day will sway public enough to fund transportation. Any thoughts?
I understand it, and I have to respect that. And we haven't done polling to say what level of service would move you from the skeptic to the supporter? I think we're looking at this. It would be great if what we had to debate was good versus the perfect. I think we are looking at negotiating none or base good level service that can be built upon. And I'm just going to be that direct about it.
Okay, I do have one practical question. The construction of the stations, who's responsible for paying for that? Is that something we have to pay for locally, or is that something that this will all be paid for out of these funds?
I'm glad you asked. You may not like my answer. My answer is that's part of the next 3 to 6 months worth of work. We've been working with working groups on finance, on operations, on governance, just to get to these questions of, is this possible? The next phase of work between now and over the summer is going to be digging into what does it look like for each one of these stations.
Question on the financing.
Yeah.
Right now, we all know that the state is facing a $1.2 billion budget deficit this year, which I would like to point out for everyone. We have 1.2 budget deficit this year, but we returned $8 billion to the state in Tabor refunds over the last 3 years. So we gave it all back and now we need it again. That worked about $445 per resident over each year. So that didn't even pay for new tires, if you know, as opposed to paying for pothole repair. Anyway, I digress on that. The financing that you're talking about, the 184 and the 230 financing, is that impacted by the state budget deficit?
That is, there's no reason that it should be, unless they somehow went back and changed it. But that legislation is passed, it's been signed into law, it exists, and the funds are targeted for these purposes.
Are those funds outside of the Tabor refund mechanisms?
Yeah, so I can answer this question. So these are fee revenues. The Colorado legislature is tasked with actually cutting the general fund. So the fees do not apply there. And also the fees that are coming online, 184 just started January of this year. And then we will close out fiscal year 25 at the end of June. The 230 revenue will not start coming in until July 1st of this year. So that is going to be in fiscal year 26, I think. So just to answer your question, the legislature is cutting from the general fund. Fees do not apply there.
Okay, good. Thank you for those questions. I share my frustrations with my colleagues. At the same time, I try and be pragmatic and not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Do I want what we were promised? Absolutely. Do I think it's feasible at the moment? Absolutely not. And so I would be personally in support of anything at this point. But please continue to work for what we were promised. So, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
Hi, I just have one basic area of questions, and that is around the cost per trip as we're looking at this, like really only the 3 to 5 trips per a day. And do you have those numbers and the confidence in them? And then if we're kind of in the middle of this, so you're either taking trips to Denver, Fort Collins, you don't get the whole benefit. So is there any specific numbers to how many Broomfield residents may benefit from this?
Yeah, it's a great question.
Okay.
The only benchmark that we have is from RTD's peak service feasibility study, which was done last year. And so they were looking at 1,100 boardings per day. The difference here in joint service is that we are adding an additional county. We're adding Fort Larimer County and adding Loveland and Fort Collins. We have not done a ridership analysis at this point yet. This is the next phase that we'll be doing. So we don't have that like subsidy, that cost per rider. It is, if you take, it is apples and oranges to compare the cost of this to RTD's peak service feasibility study. So I would not divide the cost here with the ridership that you see there because this is very different. So in this next phase, we'll have an answer to your question.
I'll look forward to that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? Okay, before you go second, I just have a quick question. So the addition of Loveland and Fort Collins was a surprise because they're not even in the RTD district, correct? They haven't paid anything toward fast tracks or RTD. They don't even, luckily, they're not stuck in the RTD district. So I think that's part of the issue is that now they're in a front row seat to get rail service. Whereas my community has been paying for over 20 years, more than $80 million in sales and use tax. So that's kind of my bone of contention. I feel like we should be first.
Mm-hmm.
And I appreciate you coming back with a joint service because we weren't even in the conversation originally when rail was first, this front range passenger rail idea was. And so what you hear is the skepticism because RTD overpromised and underdelivered. And there's a lot of folks that remember that still. And so I see you have an uphill battle and I appreciate you coming and, taking these questions and knowing that, there will be some harsh judgments based on the past, but I appreciate you trying to make something work. And my faith is on you, Mr. Abramson, because I worked with you on fiscal reform. So I think that you've got a tough job, but I appreciate you coming to Broomfield to share these findings with us.
And I want to be very clear. We share the frustrations. We understand them. The parties to this now, whether it's the current management of RTD or state leadership, are not the people that made promises. And that doesn't excuse it. But you've got people here today. This governor and his team worked with legislators on both sides of the aisle to advance legislation that would move forward and would address everything from bringing stations online. And I understand looking at our neighbors to the north and saying, how'd they get here? I think that's all part of this process of, number one, delivering true passenger rail on our front range. But there's that horse trading. I think we all know that. And it doesn't wipe away the frustrations we all have of paying taxes for what we didn't get. It's finding a way to pick the pieces that do exist and find a way that delivers on it.
And it's hard when you bring up RTD because it's great that they're building up the reserves, but they haven't restored the service they cut from Broomfield. So it's great they're socking away money, but we're still paying, we get 37 cents on the dollar for what we pay RTD. And that's an inequity that I think needs to be addressed simultaneously before any other agreements can be made. Hopefully they'll
The
fix
message
that.
is heard and will be taken back to each meeting we have.
Thank you. Thank you both so much for hanging in. Thank you all for hanging in there. I knew this was going to be a spirited debate. I'm going to go back to my council colleague.
Thank you, Mayor.
Final comments.
My final comments, since I didn't have enough time in the first time. I do want to be clear that my comments and my frustration are not because I don't want train service or anything. I am probably the biggest proponent of public transportation on this dais. And I will be a proponent till the day I die. Now, you mentioned perfect versus good. I would argue this isn't even good. Granted, I'm happy that there are no additional taxes being raised in order to pay for this. So this is something I can support, but there are a lot of caveats there with that support. And it needs to be, we need assurance that RTD will be held to account. And quite frankly, we don't have that promise yet. We understand our RTD representative, Director Karen Benker, is very much a proponent of RTD fulfilling its fast tracks promise, but the board as an entity, I don't have the faith in them. And they've not demonstrated that I should give them that faith. So I want to make that perfectly clear. And the last thing I'll note, as the mayor mentioned, yes, we do have some fast track service, but it has not been restored to full peak service. The FF1 is still below what it was in 2020, early 2020 before it was cut. We have no FF3 service. We have no FF4 service. The FF6 has not been restored and the FF5 has not been restored to full service level. And I don't remember if I have mentioned the FF3, but we don't have that either. So I just want to make that clear for the public that this is not in opposition of the work you're doing, but it is a frustration of both RTD and, quite frankly, the Front Range Passenger Rail Board of Directors. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Any other comments before we release our guests? All right. Thank you both so much for your presentation and for the updates. Keep us posted. Okay, next under petitions and communications this evening is a housing ballot initiative update and request for direction from Broomfield's Housing Stability Task Force. Will the representatives here from the task force please make your way to the podium and introduce yourselves and then provide your update.
So it's just me to start. And yeah, thank you everyone for hanging in there. From transportation, we go to housing, another important issue. My name is Martin Dormish, and I'm here this evening, a resident of Ward 1, and I'm here tonight representing the Broomfield Housing Stability Task Force. Next slide, please. So the task force was born last year out of the Broomfield Housing Solutions Forum, or BHSF, which has been meeting monthly since January 2024 and includes more than 40 participant organizations addressing our local housing crisis. Since the forum has been working to quantify the significant annual gap we're seeing between available resources and the needs of local residents, the task of the task force, if you will, has been to pursue new sources of local funding to help fill that gap, primarily via an upcoming ballot measure. Thanks to the Broomfield Community Foundation agreeing last summer to serve as our fiscal sponsor, we have applied for 3 grants from Area Foundation and received 1 last fall from the Rose Community Foundation for $50,000. Next slide. So we're thankful that Rose recognized our attempt to meet a core community need. But while their grant award of $50,000 seems like a lot, it's 3 to 4 times less than other ballot efforts typically garner to conduct their campaigns. For that reason, we're operating on a shoestring, relatively speaking, and have already matched the grant with more than 100 hours of in-kind support from nonprofit partners. We've also budgeted our funds for targeted needs like staffing, marketing, and contracting with campaign experts, since none of our core team have experience with ballot measures. And one of our 2 primary consultants is with us tonight, Melissa Mejia of Switchboard Strategies, who's in the back. Next slide. So this is the nitty-gritty. To be clear, our task force is not attempting to solve all of Broomfield's cross-spectrum housing challenges, which are many. We are, however, attempting to address our most urgent housing-related needs depicted on this simple line graph. Currently, on-the-ground agencies such as Broomfield Fish, Precious Child, Friends, Senior Resources Board, Almost Home, The Refuge, and others don't have enough financial or staff resources to meet the steadily growing needs they're seeing from local residents. Much good work has been done, but we are facing a tidal wave of need amid shrinking resources, and that's despite unprecedented efforts by agencies to apply for federal, state, and foundation grants and to do their own fundraising. Key statistics highlight this reality. In 2024, Broomfield Fish served more than 15,000 unduplicated people, or 1 in 5 Broomfield residents with basic needs support. Half of all Broomfield renters, or 3,200 households, are cost burdened. BHSF has also collaboratively calculated our community-wide gap between available resources and current needs at $15 million per year. This is the actual need and gap, not a portion of it. In other words, thousands of Broomfield residents are currently experiencing housing vulnerability and instability, and the wider this gap gets and the longer it goes unaddressed, the more Broomfielders will be added to that number. Next slide. Some of the reasons why housing stability is important to the task force and to Broomfield as a whole are: it strengthens our workforce, it fortifies our local economy, it improves our quality of life, it prevents resident displacement, and it promotes health and intergenerational ties. Next slide. So after much consultation with local on-the-ground agencies and a clear-eyed evaluation of recent federal policy shifts, the state budget shortfall, both of which we've heard about already this evening, county financial commitments, and growing competition for philanthropic funds, the task force is laying the groundwork for a local ballot measure to create a new source of funding to significantly close this $15 million per year gap. Our hope is to raise $10 million per year through a local sales tax increase and/or a construction excise tax on commercial development. We are self-capping our proposed ballot measure so as not to unduly burden local consumers or developers, which leaves a $5 million annual gap that we will be taking to on-the-ground partners to ask them to meet via redoubled local fundraising and grant application efforts. Through this ballot measure, we hope to significantly raise the floor and capacity of our on-the-ground network of agencies serving our most vulnerable residents, and to leverage the consistent $10 million that would come in every year via a successful ballot campaign to help close that final $5 million gap. Next slide. You may be asking yourselves, what specifically would ballot measure proceeds be used for? Answer, 3 buckets toward housing stability. 1, rehousing for our most vulnerable residents. 2, stabilization efforts to keep unstable residents housed. And 3, unit preservation and creation of more truly affordable housing units. All these buckets would help mitigate the effects of stagnant wages, job loss, unforeseen illnesses and accidents, domestic violence, homelessness, market forces, our lack of affordable rental units, and our chronic shortage of social workers and resource navigators to come alongside households in need. Details and proportions for how much is allocated to each bucket are still to be determined. But to be clear, these funds would pass through the city and county of Broomfield and be granted to local on-the-ground nonprofits for programs, services, and unit creation and preservation toward housing stability in our community. Next slide. As for the mechanisms themselves, we've been looking at literally dozens of possible funding options since last year, and we've narrowed them down to 2 that we believe would be the most viable and practical for generating around $10 million per year and for being as unburdensome as possible to our wider community. The first, as I said, is a sales tax increase of around 0.5%, which would move us from one of the lowest sales tax rates to somewhere in the middle relative to adjacent communities, and which would include exemptions for basic necessities like food, prescriptions, and feminine hygiene products. If passed, it would raise an extra 50 cents on every $100 purchase. The second is a construction excise tax on commercial development that could be paired, in a sense, with our inclusionary housing ordinance on residential development. Next slide. It's very important to us that local voters have a chance to weigh in on their experiences around housing and on their opinions regarding our critical needs. We've created an informal survey, which I'm holding up here. It has a QR code that we're just beginning to share with residents. And we have this particular flyer on hand here tonight for that purpose. So if anyone wants to take a picture before they leave, I have it here. I'm not sure if we have others in the crowd. I don't think so. But we want to know what our fellow residents think. We want Broomfielders' voices to be heard, just like they were 3 decades ago when they said they wanted a new sales tax to fund our open spaces and parks in perpetuity. Our hope is that Broomfield voters will consider the short-term, long-term, and legacy implications of all this and make a similar investment in housing stability, because the greatness of any community is best measured by how it treats its most vulnerable residents. Having said that, our informal poll is not sufficient for making final decisions regarding referrals of potential measures to our election ballot. Only a scientifically conducted poll can do that. And so as an essential next step, we need a poll, and we're requesting funding support from the city to pay for the poll. We've already been in communication with Magellan Strategies, a respected Broomfield-based pollster who often works with the city. And they've estimated for us that a poll would cost in the range of $15,000 to $20,000. Our understanding is that the city has been reserving a similar amount for just that reason. So we would very much like to partner with the city on an upcoming poll sometime between mid-April and mid-May. The goal would be to learn whether likely voters are ready to help fill our current urgent housing gap and whether they would support either or both of the 2 aforementioned mechanisms to do so. So my question for you, City Council, is a 2.5-parter. 1, would you authorize funds for this polling collaboration? And 2, if polling results show greater than or equal to the industry standard 60% support for either mechanism, would you commit to voting yes on referring our measure to the fall 2025 ballot? And if there is between 55% and 60% support, would you consider voting yes to refer our measure? Last slide, please. Okay, so I'm pretty much done. Thank you for your time and attention, and Melissa and I would be happy to address any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dormish. We are going to take public comments on this item. So if anyone would like to comment on this presentation, now is the time. Please make your way to the podium and state your name and neighborhood for the record and limit your comments to 3 minutes, please.
Roxy Julal Lackamore. Everybody needs help with financing instability. If we had enough money in the world, nobody would be hard up in any way. So not everybody can have everything. So use our tax money wisely, because the next thing that will happen is somebody else will be in here and we'll make sure that everything is done more straight than what it has been. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to comment? Please make your way up.
Hi, I'm Janet Sund, Ward 5. Good evening, council, mayor, and city staff. I am a recipient of some of the assistance from Broomfield Housing. And I never thought I would be in this position. Never even dawned on me. I just thought I'd have a different life. But things happen to everybody unexpectedly. And it's reassuring to know that there's people out there that care and that will support you, even when you think you can't get through it. So I think this is important. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Jessica Goldstrom. I live in Country Club Estates. I support this fully. I think that we do need to take care of everybody in our community, especially those of us who don't have enough. And it's getting harder and harder for people to have enough. So showing compassion to everyone, I think, is essential to a strong community. And I think that's what Broomfield generally stands for. So as a voting member of this community, I support this.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to speak? All right, we'll go to questions from council next. Any of my colleagues have any questions for our presenting team? Councilmember Lim.
Thank you. I don't know how much you want to go into this right now, or if it will be described in the survey. I'm curious, you said that you see the construction excise tax as paired with the inclusionary housing tax that we have already implemented. So could you explain that a little further now, or would you prefer just to let the survey speak for itself later?
I can give a brief explanation of that in its complementarity, but I'll defer to my colleague Melissa to talk more about those details.
Good evening, Melissa Mejia with Switchboard Strategies. I think with the polling and with the survey, it'll be kind of a high level, but the idea is really, it's a slightly less regressive tax. It is on projects that are already happening. I know that Broomfield already has, the inclusionary housing and the linkage fee, which has the intent of sort of, making some investment back into the city as you are, impacting, housing and the local economy. And this is just sort of a similar way of doing that with any kind of construction project, improvement project. Some places limit it to commercial construction, which is also an option, since residential, you already have the inclusionary housing and the linkage fee. But that's sort of the meaning, is it's a similar concept in terms of what the ask is.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
All right, Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. A lot of these initiatives have problems because voters tend to not want to raise taxes. And I guess, and again, we can see what the polling numbers, what the survey questions are. I guess my question is, what we all know that affordability housing is an issue, it's a concern. How can we reach out to those folks who might not be willing to support this initiative? And is there any research that would back it up in Broomfield particularly lately? Because in the past, I've seen cases where initiatives have failed for affordable housing units in Denver. And is Broomfield unique? Is it different? And how can we go through this together?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Nguyen. I think, yes, engagement will be a big part of this effort for sure. And I think we want it to be a conversation. That's part of the reason behind the survey, is to hear from Broomfielders about their experience of housing. And we want that to help inform the measure. And so, yeah, as I say, we want it to be a dialogue. And yes and no, Broomfield is unique, of course, but it's also a part of the wider region, which, there are regional issues at work here as well. So it's all kind of wrapped up together. And that's my brief answer. I'll defer to Melissa if she has anything additional to share.
Thank you. I don't know Broomfield as well as Marty does, or as you all do. I think from my side, Broomfield is in a moment of growth. I think is sitting in a better position than a lot of other cities. And there's an opportunity here to really do the engagement and make sure that this is responsive to the issues that people are seeing, that feel most prominent, that feel most urgent, and make sure that it is something that everybody wants. It's the idea with the outreach, as Marty said, but also, there's a different position that this city is in compared to others. And there isn't the same history of this kind of investment with this mechanism. And I think that this is a good moment to really have that conversation with the city as a whole and talk about how to solve this, because it's not a problem that's going to change. So.
And I agree with you. And I think I appreciate your presentation, and I wish you the best on this, because I know this is going to be a long road. Yeah, those are my questions, Mayor. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. And to say up front, I certainly support moving forward with your survey to find out what residents think. I had a quick question just on the research you did. Construction excise, how did that one rise to the top? Is it used in our community, other surrounding communities? And is there a history with it in terms of any potential negative impacts on recruiting business or that nature?
That one's me. Yeah, that's an unusual one, and Broomfield would kind of be at the forefront within Colorado. It is used in other parts of the country. Oregon is honestly the best example, mostly because it became legally allowable at one point throughout the state, and a lot of different cities sort of did it at the same time. So you can kind of get a sense of what that looks like with different size populations and in different types of cities. To date, it has generated a significant amount of money. It is not as much money as a sales tax, but it has certainly not impacted development. Portland has had it since 2016. Has generated a lot of money for affordable housing, and they are certainly not slowing down in terms of growth. So it is not large enough to disincentivize the building that's needed.
Has it generated opposition from like the building trades?
I think it is not a favorite, but that's understandable. And I think that that's certainly a conversation that will happen, and something that we'll have to talk through is what that impact would look like. But in places where it has been put in place, that has not.
So it rose to the top as a steady source of income, or is it?
A steady source, and one that has sort of a logical tie between the development that's happening and the potential impact to the area and to the city in terms of affordability and making that investment in housing stability for all the residents.
Do you anticipate in your survey it's sort of an either or do you generally support the notion of raising taxes for housing, or do you support these specific means to
I
read.
think the idea is with the more official polling to sort of get feedback or get a read on how people feel about either of these two and whether they prefer one versus the other, and be specific in that question.
Mhm. Obviously, the appeal of the sales tax is a good chunk of it is paid by non-residents, particularly here with Flatiron. So it won't be borne by all residents. But are there other communities that have dedicated sales tax in this region for this purpose?
There are others, and I think it's interesting when I'll let Marty speak to this a little more, but it is interesting to bring up Denver, where they didn't pass one, but did pass one in 2020. And so you can kind of dig into the differences between those two ordinances, but you know, Denver currently has one.
Right.
I'll just add that in terms of local measures, Denver does have one, as Melissa mentioned, and Boulder has a repurposed tax that they have just allocated for housing. And the city of Lafayette also has a tax for basic needs type things, social safety net type needs. And you all should have received reports, and I'm happy to share the forum, and the task force is happy to share with any residents who are interested as well. There are several reports that you should have received, one from a national perspective on kind of best practices, different mechanisms that have been used for things like this, as well as a Colorado Health Foundation report that's pretty thorough around Colorado. And then obviously those three examples that I just gave.
And lastly, real quickly, if you could just elaborate a little more, and I appreciate Mrs. Sun coming up and putting a face to the fact that anybody might need housing assistance or any help at any time. Can you talk a little bit exactly how this, if this passed, tangibly how this might be felt, is in terms of, is it vouchers to get people into housing who don't have housing, help people with rent, et cetera?
Yes and yes. It would include things like rental assistance. It would include things like temporary and transitional housing support. It would include expanding our local housing voucher program, which, in case you all are unaware of, we have more than 200 households that are currently on our wait list for housing vouchers and don't have enough housing vouchers to offer to those households. And so it'd be expanding that and other assistance support. As I said, we have a chronic shortage of case managers. And that's a really big bottleneck in the system, honestly, because the system we have was not really designed for humans. It was designed for efficiency in numbers. And so it can be very difficult to navigate, and having someone come alongside you, especially when you're in an extreme situation and having, you know, difficulties and challenges is crucial. So those are some of the things that would go toward yes.
Appreciate that. Thank you. That's it.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a real short question, but we have a long night tonight. Thank you for all of your work. I appreciate that you also got your own money and was able to move forward with earning a grant to move this along. And that this is, it sounds like it's done very thoughtfully and even started last year. I wanted to know just one thing. What have you guys done to speak to Denver and then also Adams County with lessons learned? Is there any plans on making sure that the voters know exactly where their money is going and what problem that we're solving?
I'll offer some comments, and then I'm sure Melissa has some thoughts on that as well. And yes, we've done some extensive research on both of the Denver measure from last year and the Adams County measure, which both failed, and met with both of the leaders of those campaigns to get their take, as well as other advocates who were not directly a part of the campaign, because you get different perspectives. And we have a lot of information on what to avoid. And one of the biggest pieces in terms of proactively what we can do is to do a lot of engagement and outreach in the community and really, hear from our fellow residents. And that's what we plan to do with this campaign. And there are other nuances as well. I think Melissa can touch on those.
Yeah, thank you. Marty got to most of it. They've had some conversations. I'm fortunate to have several, partners and colleagues who have worked on it, and honestly hope that those conversations will be ongoing as we sort of put together a campaign and this project moves forward. But certainly a lot of lessons learned. The outreach is important. Specificity and use of funds is going to be important. And, really it's about trust from the voters about how this money is going to be used if they're making that investment. And so that's really been a lot of the focus of the work starting right now, is making sure that that exists and that engagement is felt. But we'll continue having those conversations with people in Denver and Adams.
Great, thank you. And I encourage everyone in here to take that early poll. So if you have it, Marty, I would love for everyone to take that, and I will also share it within my networks as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Marsh Holston.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation tonight. Very informative. We have a lot of needs in our community, but housing, stability, basic needs have to reach the top of the list. They just have to, because people can't live if they can't have the basic needs met. I'm curious on this measure. I do support moving forward with the polling. I'm curious on why the desire to move forward this year with the ballot measure, just from a practical standpoint. If you look at the voting data, odd year elections have roughly 55% turnout. General elections in Broomfield have 90% turnout. Why the desire to move forward this year rather than next?
I'll offer an answer, a first answer, and then I'm sure Melissa has some thoughts as well. This idea has actually been floated to local partners and including our city partners since 2022 every year. And there's always a reason why it's not a good year to do it. And so there are reasons this year why it's not the best year to do it. And there will be reasons next year why it's not the best year to do it. So we're not allowing that to deter us from moving forward, but that's not to dismiss your question either. We feel like the environment is actually pretty good this year for this measure, and that's why we're trying it. But Melissa may have some other details for that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I definitely understand what you're saying about, there's always something that needs to be done. You and I have spoke about my concerns with sales tax. I appreciate your desire to move it from, sales tax are regressive. Those that make the less, it has the most impact on their lives. And I appreciate your desire to push it into, take away like groceries and things like that. My concern with that is the more complex you make a ballot measure, the more likely it is to fail. What other measures were looked at besides a regressive tax like a sales?
We looked at a number of dozens actually of different measures, including repurposing different taxes that we currently have, or repurposing proceeds of sin taxes, that sort of thing that's done in other places. We have looked at real estate transfer fees. We've looked at head taxes, for short. Those are other options for generating revenue, but they all had really big reasons for saying this is not the time. Mill levy increase, property tax increase. I'll just look out here and people be like, what the hell are you talking about? We went through a whole long list of possibilities, and these seem to be the most viable and best opportunities.
I appreciate that. I would tell you where I am at. I am absolutely in support of moving forward the poll. I'm in support of doing something to fix our housing crisis that we have and to fund that. I'm not sure I'm on a ballot measure this year, just to be honest. I don't know personally if I think it's the right time, but I'm willing to look at the numbers and to see what you give us and find some solution to the crisis that we have. So
thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And just a reminder to my colleagues, there's a kind of a double ask here because this survey will require an investment. So before they move forward with the investment, the coalition is trying to gauge if council would support putting the measure on the ballot if the survey results are 60% or below, or 55 to 60 in discussion. So that's kind of the ask, because they're going to have to invest, and we're going to also ask you if you are willing to have CCOB cover the survey costs. Correct. Okay, so that's kind of the two-parter that we're looking at. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. This is difficult because I see the needs, but I also hear from the community repetitively that we just keep making things more expensive in Broomfield. So I think that So a couple questions here on the actual survey itself. How do we, and I'm not saying I'm supportive of sending it forward yet. We've had this discussion, you know, where I stand, but like how do we ensure that these questions are not biased in a way that we get to yes and really truly hear from the residents like, are you good with this additional sales tax? And then caveated with a question for our staff of, I recall us being here not that long ago and talking about tax questions. We have transportation has come up, the library has come up. I don't know if we're still there wanting to put a ballot question out for police and courts. But we have other competing measures. So we say, okay, this tax would get us to middle of the pack. But we also have these other potential ballot initiatives that we were sitting here earlier in the year saying we don't want to send a tax out this year. So I'm kind of with Councilmember Marshall on that one. Is like maybe in the future, but so kind of question on the survey, and then also that we can't just think of this alone and not with those other potential tax questions. So
Yeah.
I'd love to hear your response.
Thank
Sorry.
you, Councilperson Anderson. Yeah, I think a couple things. So just to parse out the difference between the survey and the poll. So the survey is meant to engage and to get feedback, just kind of in a general sense from residents. And the questions on this survey that I held up before with the QR code, those are relatively open-ended. Those are meant to just solicit stories and honest responses from people. And to begin that engagement process. So we're going to be taking those to different community groups and out in the with groups that we're all personally connected with, as well as networks that help to kind of push this forward. The Broomfield Community Services Network, the Broomfield Housing Solutions Forum, et cetera. The poll is the more formal, very specific. Would you vote for XYZ measure at this level for this purpose? To be distributed in this way. So be very specific. The poll will be very specific. And there is no intent by the task force or, advocates to, if we get a poll that comes back that says 30% of Broomfielders are in favor of this, we're not gonna ramrod this through. We're gonna, try and engage with the community in a deeper way and try again. So that's going to be our approach. Hopefully that answers your question.
Yes, that's helpful. Thank you. And then I have a question for our staff that actually, because this is related to the construction excise tax. And do we have any idea what impact that would have on commercial construction in Broomfield? Because we're already struggling in that area too. Is that?
No.
We have no idea.
We just don't. We'd have to dig into that a little bit more.
Okay. That's kind of what I figured the answer was. So, thank you. And then also last question is, who would control the flow of the money if the tax was passed? It comes through Broomfield, and then is that like with the housing money where we vote on, we have to approve it to be sent through, or is there control on this on the Broomfield side to where that money goes to?
It would be a pass through because the voters would be selecting specifically that portion of that sales tax is going to a specific place. And so it would flow through us, but we would simply be we would be a pass through.
Okay, that was probably obvious. Okay, thank you. And so I will go first. I'm not in support right now of bringing this question forward because I see those competing other tax questions that we said no to. So I'm not supportive this year, but I will look to my colleagues to hear what they have to say on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to build off the question that Councilmember Anderson just asked about not necessarily whether we're a pass-through or not, but you mentioned in your presentation, and thank you very much for the presentation and the work you're doing, that there were essentially 3 categories in which money would be allocated for, which is stabilization, creation and retention, and then there was one other one that I can't remember.
Rehousing.
Yeah, rehousing. In your question, are you breaking down like a certain percentage of the funds are going to go to stabilization, a certain percent are going to go to rehousing, a certain percentage are going to go towards creation / retention? Or are you leaving that decision somewhat up to council in terms of how that money is allocated per year?
We're always open to dialogue, I will say, but that is one thing that we will attempt to be very specific about as we move forward. We don't have those figures now or percentages of how it would be divvied up, but that is something that we will be more specific about moving forward. Part of that is we want feedback from the community on what they feel are the top priorities, and that could really inform how we, divvy up those percentages. So I don't have an exact answer for you now, but we plan to be much more specific about those proportions, and we're open to dialogue about what that looks like.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think maybe a slight hesitation I have on fixed percentages is that doesn't leave any breathing room if at some point in the future circumstances change and we are, I won't say not necessarily needing as much money in one bucket, but we could use it in other buckets, but we're stuck with this fixed percentage and we then have to go through the process of going to the voters and delaying that and so on and so forth. But I'll be interested to see what the survey results say and what some additional research you guys do says on that. A question for our city and county staff. They mentioned that there were certain products that would be exempted from a sales tax if that were to be the method that they recommend, such as food and feminine hygiene products, et cetera. Would that increase staff costs in administering that tax? Because obviously it's not uniform, so you have to somewhat figure out how to allocate that properly. And I assume part of that's also on the seller to do some of that math, but I don't know if there's a work on our end.
Councilmember Ward, it's not necessarily work on the seller's end because it's the tax that when you come to Broomfield, that's what you're going to be charged. Once those dollars hit our coffers, anytime that you have, and Marty and we've talked about this and we've exchanged some emails on it. So this isn't new for he or Melissa. Any additional work that needs to occur once that dollar hits our coffers adds to the level of administrative lift. So when you have those carve outs, you have to then compartmentalize each one of those categories.
Okay. Let me rephrase my question because I don't think that's quite the answer that I needed. If, let's say, feminine hygiene products are exempted and you go to the grocery store and you buy a whole laundry list of things, and one of those items is feminine hygiene products, is it on our end to make sure that the feminine hygiene product was not taxed, but the rest of the products were taxed, or is that on the seller's end to make sure that that calculation occurs?
I appreciate that clarification. Where's Mr. Romine?
I think he's in the council conference room.
Oh, I just heard his chair fly.
Councilmember Ward,
it's on the seller.
Ask and you shall receive.
It's on the seller who submits documentation, and then our double check and audit, or maybe a complaint where a resident might see that they were improperly charged the tax. That's where our staff time can come in. But it really is on the vendor, the business, to make sure they are appropriately taxing the people who purchase items from their store.
Okay.
And if I could just add to City Attorney Rogers' response, you right now, when you go to the grocery store, you'll note at the bottom of your receipt, there'll be different letters oftentimes, and that'll be talking about the types of products. And so many of you know that there's a sugar tax that's been put in place. So it would be incumbent upon King Soopers or Sam's or whomever selling those products. They'd have to code it into their software in order to do that, so it's calculated each time, because they collect the tax on behalf of the city and the state for that matter, and so they have to go through that whole process. So it's actually additional cost for the business to do that, and then they remit it back into the treasurer, who then would, as Manager Hoffman pointed out, make the distributions, whether it be directly or indirectly, to either the group or to various groups. So
Okay.
is that,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Sorry
Ramon.
for my delay in running from the other room.
It's not a problem. I guess my next question then going off of the previous comments that Manager Hoffman made. When you did your calculations, did you factor in any need for additional administrative costs on our end to be the pass-through, do the audits, and manage the funds, or have someone else manage the funds if that's how it transpires?
Yes, that is factored into our discussions to this point, and best practices for these sorts of measures include admin fees, and they also include things like reserves, best practices to have extra for rainy day type issues, and innovation funds are another set aside from these types of measures to start new things that have never been done before.
Okay, great. I would support allocating the money that is needed for the survey. And I think if we're willing, or I should say, if the survey results come back that it is 60% or higher in support, I don't see a reason why we shouldn't put it on the ballot if that's what the voters and through a scientific study shows what they support. I'm fine with that. 55 to 60%, I'm fine with having that conversation and seeing where the body goes from there.
Thank you. So still on first round, Councilmember Henkel, so are there any other first round questions or comments? Councilmember Delgadillo.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I don't have any questions. I'll just say my piece that I would be supportive of moving forward with actually doing a proper survey. And should that reach that 55%, 60% threshold, I would be happy to put that on a ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who hasn't weighed in? We'll just go down the line. Go ahead, Councilmember Henkel.
Thanks. I just want to be real quick. Yes, support the survey, and I would even be open to discussing at 51% and making sure that the survey isn't repeatable by one same person over and over and over. I want to make sure that it's a secure place where one person can have one vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
I will just add that if you get a survey that has 55 to 60% support, any political advisor worth their salt would say you better run that question on a ballot, because that would be amazing. So yes, thank you.
Thank you. I'll just go down the line. I have your answer. Councilmember Lim.
Yes, I support the funding for the survey. I am not ready to commit at this point whether I would support the ballot initiative at a certain percentage, though. That's, I consider that an art where my decisions are made globally with the city and also take into consideration particularly what my ward that I represent thinks. And I would have to see what's the economic climate at the moment in time a little better as we get down the road. So, but I do support the housing survey going forward. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Schaaf.
Thanks, Mayor. So I think that, time is of the essence, because November will be here before we know it, and the ballot question needs to be approved by council before then. So I think that, at one point council was discussing the possibility of putting the housing taxing ballot question on the community survey, and we didn't do that. So I think it's appropriate that we're utilizing some funds to do it in this way. So I definitely support that. Like Councilmember Lim, waiting to see kind of what those results of the poll are for those next decision pieces. But, I agree with Councilmember Cohen that if we're getting 60% through that poll, and that poll is scientifically done, then it does suggest that there is support in the community to move forward with that. So thank you again for your presentation tonight.
So that's a yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward, I have you. Councilmember Delgadillo, I have you. Councilmember Marshall, you said no.
No, I said basically what Councilmember Lim and Member Pro Tem Schaaf said, that yes, on the poll,
Undecided?
undecided on the ballot question this year.
Councilmember Wynn?
Yes.
Okay. Well, there is the support to move forward, and I think there was consensus that we would cover the cost of the survey. I just have a quick question because, you know, we have a housing department too. And in the past, we've been asked to provide gap funding to, you know, get critical affordable housing projects across the finish line, such as Harvest Hill. However, those funds have been depleted now. And the way that that fund started was when we passed our inclusionary zoning ordinance that required developers to either build 20% of their units at a lower average median income, cost, you know, income restricted, or provide cash in lieu. And those first few years, most of the developers provided cash in lieu because it was cheaper than building the units. Since then, we've adjusted that and it's more equitable. So we're getting more units than cash in lieu. So we've used the cash in lieu for gap funding and our property tax assistance program and rent relief, rental assistance, and other programs to help keep people in their homes. Is that a consideration in this ballot measure, that we would do some type of fund sharing so that we could also continue to fund our CCOB housing programs?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. That has factored into our conversations, and the conclusion that we're at this point is that the amount that we need to meet those additional needs would increase the total number and the total gap by $3 million plus. So it would no longer be 15, it would be 18 plus $1 million. And our understanding is that there are other funding mechanisms that are possible for city programs like the ones that you mentioned. And I'm not the expert. I know the expert is here. Several experts are here on that front. But my understanding is that some Prop 123 funds were available for some of those. And maybe part of this partnership could lead to further adjustments to the IHO that would be able to yield additional funds in a good way, as well as units. So I don't have firm answers here, but again, we're always open to dialogue, and I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you very much, Mr. Dormish. So you have your direction and our team has theirs. I thank everybody for the conversation and for the work you've been doing on this for many months, I know. So thank you all for being here. And I think we're going to take our 10-minute break before we move on.
Thank
to
you
the
all.
rest of our. Thank you.
And
guys.
shout out to everyone wearing yellow.
Thank you. So
And
we'll be back at 8:10. Thank you. All right, yay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you all. So I did forget to say something on the last one. So only city council can refer a tax measure to the ballot. The request is for general direction. It's not a formal action of the city council. A separate resolution and vote would be required to refer formally to a tax measure to the voters in November. And a council member's support or direction stated this evening does not lock that council member in for a future decision. So in order to provide direction, that's what we did for them to move forward. And I just want to clarify that. So we're now at the council member report section of the meeting. Does any member of council have any reports or updates this evening? Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I have just a few comments. I'm going to start off with Dr. Cog. We had our monthly meeting last Wednesday. We took a measure of our position of support for the newest construction defect litigation bill. We're going to have further discussions about new bills that have come up. And I did want to let council know that there is a growing sentiment among member organizations. Dr. Narok has 59 of them, that there might be works being put together to have a joint lawsuit suing the state as it relates to some of the housing bills that have passed recently, but there's nothing firm on that yet. Just wanted to make that council aware of that. And then the last two things I have to share are February 28th through March 12th, I was in DC for the National Association of Counties Legislative Conference, as well as the National League of Cities Congressional City Conference. And my reports, my written reports have been posted online. I recognize there was a mistake in my reporting of the expenses, so I have adjusted those to match the 2025 expense report that's on the council website. So the updated reports to match those should be up tomorrow. But a general overview of what the reports say, DC was rather depressing, for lack of a better term. There is a lot of uncertainty going on Capitol Hill. For NACO, I serve on the Health Policy Committee, of which the first day we spent discussing Medicaid and the potential ramifications of any federal cuts to Medicaid. So just so the community is aware, Broomfield receives and expenses, I think, about 18 million roughly a year in Medicaid, which is a combination of state and federal dollars. For the state of Colorado, 50% of our base Medicaid funding comes from the federal government. And then under the Affordable Care Act, there is an additional Medicaid expense of which 90% comes from the federal government. Some changes that Congress is contemplating are per capita caps, workforce or work requirements, and then reductions in the federal medical assistance percentage. I know some people probably think work requirements sound really good, except there is no additional money to account for us having to follow up with those work requirements and administer them. So that adds to our administrative burden, which the state will just happily pass on to us because counties in the state of Colorado administer Medicaid directly. As for the other expense reports, Colorado stands to lose, it's roughly $15 billion if the federal government goes through with all of its proposed Medicaid cuts, of which we have no way of backfilling that since we have to refund $1 billion+ this year. And then in terms of NLC, I serve on the Transportation Services Committee, and we had a lengthy discussion about the IIJA, or the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, also known as the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. It is due for reauthorization in 2026. Congress has indicated that they'd like to have the reauthorization done by June of this year, which would be record time for Congress. Usually those reauthorizations take a year to year and a half. They want to do it in roughly 3 months, which for me indicates lots of cuts to what the IIJA has. So the presentation we had on joint service and front range passenger rail will likely see lots of cuts in federal dollars from there. That is all of my reports. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say it's an honor to represent CCI as the Front Range District Vice Chair in support of HB 1272 construction defects bill that passed the House Committee with a vote to 12-1. Mayor Guyleen Castellano was also there. I look forward to keeping safety and construction at the forefront, as well as a good process of requiring a third-party inspector that is defined in the bill and further defines what actual damage and actual loss is. It is my hope that we can move condominiums and other multifamily units forward in a way that is safe and insurable by multiple insurance companies, so that there's more competition in the insurance market as well. This builds equity in a home for first-time homebuyers, and I'm excited to see the progress finally, hopefully, in home building. I also want to give my sincere thanks to Dean and our local youth community for inviting me to come speak at the first Broomfield Youth Leadership Conference. It was youth-led and collaborative effort between Teen Council and Youth for Youth, with over 50 people and youth at the conference. I was sad I had to cancel this weekend. My daughter was in an emergency room with some major back issues that we've had to deal with. So I was really sad to miss it, but it was such an honor to be invited to speak on leadership and what it means to serve. And last but not least, I was so proud to see our sister city recognition and signing event with the Arapaho and Cheyenne tribes. As a member of the Sister City Board, this was such a momentous occasion. I look forward to creating a land dedication statement here at Council and truly solidify the recognition that this relationship deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So I wanted to just kick off with that. So the Sister City signing event happened this last weekend in Denver with the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes. To those involved with the ceremony, thank you. To our Sister Cities nonprofit program committee for the Cheyenne and Arapaho Sister Cities program, as well as our Broomfield staff, thank you for making such a wonderful event. It was a really beautiful event, full of friendship, full of respect. The governor of Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes was there, along with their legislators, as well as many people from Oklahoma that attended their annual Denver gathering. So it was a full event and just such a wonderful event. Thank you, Mayor, for representing Broomfield so well in the ceremony. And thank you to council members Cohen and Lim for attending as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to report that I attended the Broomfield Chamber of Commerce and the the Denver Metro Area County Commissioners meeting on behalf of Broomfield, and gave reports on behalf of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Councilmember Marshall Olson.
Thank you, Mayor. I also attended the National Association of Counties and National League of Cities conferences in Washington, D.C. over the first 2 weeks of the month. I echo Councilmember Ward's sentiment. It was depressing. The chaos that is in DC right now that we all see in the news, we saw it firsthand, of just our colleagues from around the country, county commissioners and city leaders, not knowing what's going on. I serve as vice chair of the finance committee for NACO this year, and we spent a good amount of time just talking about the message we want to bring to our representatives about what the cuts are being felt at our local communities. One community had shut down a 20-bed wing of their hospital because they just couldn't fill the positions. And it was really upsetting to see all that. The one highlight of the two trips is two of our youth commissioners for Broomfield attended the National League of Cities conference along with us. And as much as we grown-ups, I guess I would say, were upset and depressed about what was going on, to watch their excitement and wonder about the government process was encouraging. So that was fun to see, and I'm glad they got to come along with us. My written reports on those trips will both be forthcoming in the next week. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other council member reports? Yes, I did attend the National League of Cities Conference with my colleagues as well, with the two teen council members. And I think one of the highlights for me is when we were meeting with Senator Bennett and Senator Hickenlooper, and the teen council chair, Samara, was the first to respond when he asked the group for questions. And she bravely stood up and she brought up youth mental health and access to services, because, you know, she knows her friends are struggling and they may not have support at home. So he was so engaged with her. They talked for like 10 minutes. And before, you know, they left, his staff made sure to stay in contact and set up a meeting, because I think this is an issue that our kiddos are really facing. It's hard right now with so many social media things happening. And to just watch her bravery was really inspiring, to speak up on that and to demystify asking for help, which is what we've been doing here for a long time. Just let's talk about it. And so that was the highlight. I also had the opportunity to meet with the Swiss ambassador at his residence with some other female mayors. They're very interested in bringing more R&D, research and development, to Colorado, and they love what we're doing in Broomfield. So I actually have a meeting set up with the Swiss Battery Technology Center on Friday. And they're just very proud of Partners Group, which is already a Broomfield business with Swiss origin, and Pilatus, which you could debate whether it's Broomfield or Jefferson County, but they have an extensive internship program with Pilatus. So they want to expand those opportunities in Colorado and hoping to get them to invest in Broomfield. So there's the high note. It was a really busy weekend. We had the Vietnam War Symposium Saturday morning. Councilmember Lim attended with me, and I was able to give a welcoming address. It was such an inspiring program to listen to people's stories, and even infused with a little bit of humor. You know, after everything they've gone through, they can still kind of, you know, kid with each other and joke, even knowing that it was such a difficult experience. And it was very heartwarming to be able to acknowledge their service and their sacrifice. And then after that was the Teen Leadership Council's conference. And it's the first time they put one on by themselves. And I was able to deliver the keynote to our kids. And it's amazing how much more complicated their lives are than ours. Right. I mean, it's just again, the technology and the bombardment, but to reassure them that, you know, no matter what kind of curveballs life throws you, this was my message. You can keep going. You can put one foot in front of the other and lean on your people for support. And then following that, we did have the long time coming Sister City Partnership recognition with the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes. And we did the full ceremony with draping the flags around our shoulders and sealing the agreements with the not burning sweetgrass, but we had used the sweetgrass, and it was just so moving and so inspiring to be able to take that next step with our partners. And I'm looking forward to so many more events to commemorate that, which is coming up, which is the renaming of that open space. So that's all I have for now, but thank you for indulging me. Finally, for those who have been waiting, we have regular public comment time at 8:23. So this is an opportunity for the public to comment on matters other than the items already listed on tonight's agenda. So if you would like to be heard, please come to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, city staff, audience, or police officer in the back, and our IT guy back in the corner who gets no recognition. Only very quickly tonight, and you guys messed with me a little bit tonight, but I called the city manager a while back and asked why you are not doing the Pledge of Allegiance at these meetings. It's the first thing on the agenda for every meeting, and you guys don't do it. And tonight was the first, you did it when you chaired the other night, but this is the first time in a long time you guys have done the pledge.
Well, Mr. Carruthers, we do the pledge at our council business meetings. We don't do the Pledge of Allegiance at our study session. So you may have attended a study session. It's a less formal gathering and we don't have all the legal procedures, including that. We don't even take roll because we don't need a quorum. So I do assure you, because I read it every week.
And I'm
so
here every week too, and there's
we
been
don't overlook
more
the
than one
pledge.
week when I haven't heard.
Then
the
it must
pledge.
have been a study session.
So, okay.
Okay.
All right, that answers that. So I just wondered if it was that or, what was going on. The second thing, when the police officers were here on March 11th, they made the comment, where's the American flag so that we can say the Pledge of Allegiance? And when I talked to the city manager, she said, hopefully we'd be able to get that moved out where people could actually see it. So hopefully that'll happen.
I think that's a great idea. I didn't realize it was obstructed by that wall till you just said that. Thank you.
Yeah. And so the last thing on here just kind of came up at the last minute. But I think that the speech that the Brittany Peterson lady made was totally inappropriate for a city council meeting. That should have been addressed in a town hall meeting with Ms. Peterson. And I think it was a waste of everybody's time and it was very politically charged anyway. So,
Noted.
yeah, so again, totally inappropriate. I hope we don't have any more of those.
Me too.
Thank you.
Thanks. Next.
Oh, that's not- whoops.
Hello, everybody, every officers. I'm here and my wife simply because we are upset for the utility bill. We are surprised and feel struck last 2 months. The water billing from $42.78 jumped to $88.77. We don't understand the formula. We cannot find the calculation. We don't understand the unit price. How much money for 1 cubic meter water? It's confused and compare with another water bill from Denver, Cresco Water Company. It's private, US is government. They charge us $50 a month. And we live there, that's our primary home. We live in there every day, use water every day. They charge us $50 a month. Here, we don't use water. Really come here, wash hand. The records on your computer upstairs, we checked last week, every month 0. I talked to the officer, doing the mathematics, everything times 0, what's the results? Should it be 0, right? You should be charging us 0, but we understand we should pay meter, pay basic rate. But for the basic rate, it shouldn't be $88.77 a month, shouldn't it? Because my friend in Bloomfield, they living here, they use water every month. They pay less than our bill. They pay less $80 a month. They used to pay $37 a month, jumped to $80 last 2 months. So we upset, we request the correction. We come here for many times, not for money, just for fairness, reasonable. We have this secondary residential house for 10 years because this house is cheaper when we bought. The foundation broken, the wall broken, cracks. It's not safe. We use it as storage room. We don't live here for 10 years. We never rent out. We never.
Sir, your
So-
time has expired, but I would suggest you speak with someone from our staff.
Yeah,
and
for
they-
your
they can-
records, I just let you know our address. It's our address is 11974 South Berry Street, Bloomfield, Colorado. And utility account is 172116433. I believe you have records now. And we are waiting your response. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for coming and letting us know. Next.
Hello, everyone. My name's Trina Cooper, longtime Broomfield resident. I've been here in Broomfield since 1965. I currently live in Eagle Trace in Ward 4, and I'm on the board of the Sister Cities organization. And I just wanted to give you guys a quick update. First, I want to thank you so much for approving the 2 new sister cities. As you've heard, Cheyenne-Arapahoe committee is well on its way to moving forward with so many things. And I attended that signing this weekend in Denver. Over 160 elders from the Cheyenne-Arapahoe Nation were in attendance. And there were times, especially when some of the committee members got up and did hand talk, there was drumming and whooping going on in the room, and totally appreciated the fact that this was happening. I asked the question, why was it in Denver and not in Broomfield? This was by request of the elders. And the governor read a piece from a friendship agreement that was signed between the Cheyenne-Arapahoe and the US government in 1821, 204 years ago, that created friendship between their nations and the United States government. And they are very appreciative that now, after 204 years, the friendship is being developed again here in their homelands. So this was huge, and I give a big shout out to our committee for how fabulous it is. They've got youth going down to Oklahoma in another month or so, and they also have quite a few programs planned, so keep your eyes open for that. Our WADA committee already has selected their 10 youth that are going to be going to Japan this summer. So they are on their way and they've got activities coming. So please step out and support them. And the Lalipur committee has been talking. They're looking at the mayor of Lalipur, Nepal, to come to Broomfield in September, hopefully close to Broomfield Days. So to do the official signing here, and then a delegation will go there hopefully in 2026. So that's all in the works. And all 3 of these sister cities will be celebrating and performing at Broomfield Days this year with dances or drumming or something that represents their culture. So just wanted to give you a quick update on that. And thank you so much again for approving that.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Janet Sund, Ward 5. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. I wanted to share with you comments that I continue to get from the community. I have neighbors that I talk to all the time. I have a lot of friends. I am in different organizations. I try to be involved even in my limited capacity. But a lot of them call me to find out what's going on or call me to complain. That's more of how I communicate with them. And they have brought up time and time again, the water bills. They're just flabbergasted that water bills are so high. I've tried to explain them how they got there. They're flabbergasted over, water bills. They're trash. Thank you. The trash hauling. And I told them how many different meetings we had, how long we tried to get around that, and it didn't work. And I even had a conversation. I was calling Waste Connections. I have always had Waste Connections. I called, it took me over a half an hour to get somebody. And they, the lady that I finally got, I was trying to just figure out when my delivery date was going to be and to please quit delivering all these different containers because I don't need them. So I had a conversation with her and I said, I'm not upset with you at all. I'm just upset with what's going on. And what I wanted to ask the community is, please don't yell at the people at Waste Connections. They are being inundated and some of the people are getting so upset they don't even want to work there. And I told them it's not Waste Connections, it's the city of Broomfield for doing this. And they're not very happy with it. I told them I hope they don't try to do that again in another town. But people are very unhappy. They're unhappy with, you increase the water rates, you have the trash service, and then you have your little web page with the new town center over here. People are not happy with the spending of the money. They're worried about this infrastructure being repaired. They're very concerned, you know, what if a water main breaks or something like that? When, is it Mr. Rutt has mentioned that they don't have the money to do except repairs. If there's a catastrophic issue, they're in dire straits. And we went and spent the money to do all these different development projects. And it has to do with city management. And it has to do with what you're choosing to do in the city council. And people are not happy with you. So I hope you understand that your jobs are on the line coming next election.
Thank you.
Good evening, Luana Fletcher, Ward 5, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, staff. Thank you very much. And tonight I wanted to just say a little bit about the CORA. And whoever received the request and whoever processed the request, thank you for doing your job. It's not always easy. In fact, I would imagine it's rarely easy working for the city. You probably have some people that are upset, some people that aren't upset, and some people that are very happy at things. That's what I want to say about the CORA. Trash. It was a pet project. I've always said it's a pet project when you only put it in for 25% of the county and the other 75% isn't. But I have to kind of congratulate the city on this one, that Broomfield has been the longest multi-day, multi-week, and now multi-month thread for Nextdoor for complaints. And it is long and it is serious, very serious. And this week, I want to say thank you to staff on this. I forget the young lady's name. She called me back at 5:39 p.m. after she'd gone home for the day. I didn't get my trash can. I got a recycle bin. They were dropped off down the block at a construction site that hasn't even got an occupancy permit yet. But hey, they got their trash and recycle bins. So that one's pretty good and funny. Sad. That's what I'm going to say there again. The county, city does have to become more fiscally responsible. Every decision that you guys make up here affects the people. The ladies in the yellow shirts out here, I just heard a stat this last week that I read. It was either in the Wall Street Journal or Yahoo Finance. That's the two places I go to refinance stuff. 70% of this nation has 2 jobs. I would imagine that stat is probably accurate for this city and county as well. So when they lose one job, it's bad. When taxes go up and when everything goes up, all the fees, and I know a fee is not a tax because that went through the legal process, But what a fee is, it's a way that the city and county gets around adding an extra item that takes away money from everyone. And it hurts because when you get one at $5, and then there was an $11 one that came on my water bill. It wasn't supposed to be because we are, and I'm out of time, so I'll hurry. We're on, we don't have sewer out there. Wasn't supposed to be, and then they tacked it on. I can't imagine it was more than 200 homes at $11. So, and then I heard a quote, the city's budget is stable yet fragile. And I'm making an assumption that if we keep adding stuff and staff and everything else, and then we start losing jobs, things get critical. We are on a teeter-totter, and it's just a matter of one more thing knocking this city down. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm Gary Kopacki at 15690 Columbus Mountain Drive in Anthem. I'm here to speak against the censure proposed against a counselor on the agenda later on tonight. What I read in the paper is that if it's true that he asked for more information and didn't get it, that's unexcusable.
Actually, sir, the appropriate time would be when this agenda item is being heard, which is
I didn't know
later.
that I didn't know on the agenda that that piece was for comment.
Yes, we have public comment on all the items, so that would be when we'll
Okay,
take. public
ditto
comment.
back, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Hi there, Cindy David, Ward 5. I'll make it quick. I just would like to put in a quick request to return the ability to be able to call in on these meetings and make comments from home. I think Councilmember Marsh Olson is planning on bringing that up later today. Lots of people here today, but it's, you know, especially in winter, people may not feel comfortable driving at night, driving home after. These meetings are getting to be where they go really late. I know I don't have to tell you anything. You're not living every 2 weeks. But I just would like to see that ability to come back. I'm sure there was a logical reason. I don't know if it was, you know, return on investment that maybe people weren't calling in, so why have it anymore? Just having said that, it's really nice to have that option, whether it's a parent who can't come here and be here all evening because they're away from their family, or maybe somebody who doesn't like to drive at night. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Bruce Peterman, Ward 4. Yeah, I like to complain, but I also like to have some solutions sometimes. And I guess a couple things. She just reminded me of something that I think could be a real solution here. If you're spending $10,000 or so per year for a couple of telephone lines for that, why not just get a couple of cell phones? T-Mobile offers those pretty cheaply. I would donate the cell phones to the city if they want them. I'll give you 4 of them. They cost my company $6.19 a month. Okay, solution. It wasn't what I came up here to talk about. My other solution was about the rail system there. And it's like, I know that's not, I don't really care about that. It is untenable that Colorado's looking at that. Just go back 32 years to season 4, episode 12 of Homer Simpson's. It's Marge against the monorail. Classic episode. You'll figure it out. I think it's all based off the Music Man as well, back in the 50s. Okay, there's solution number 2. The other one, 2 weeks ago, when I heard the last little bit of the session when the judge's renewal contract came up, well, okay, after my eye teeth fell out, I'm not a judge, I'm an engineer, thank God. But not disputing the salary, not really even disputing the $500 a month to have a car fee. I'll drive the judge around for $200 a month in my 1987 Volvo with 318,000 miles on it. And I have more cars than that, but that would be the one I would use because Uber does not let me use that car for Uber. I think maybe I could complain to Uber about that as well. But really, let's drop the bourgeois extra funds going to these types of things. If we're in a financial crisis, enough crap. I drive to work every day. I'll take transport if I can. but it really infuriates me. And I don't care how educated you are. We don't need that. And we don't need to be segregating that out. Give the $500 to the guy here with his water bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to be heard? General public comment?
Yes. Hello, Kathy Knight, Northmore Estates, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council and staff. Thank you so much for your kind, strong, intelligent leadership. Thank you for detailing your flag policy at a January City Council meeting, which includes flying the inclusivity flag during Pride Month. I'm left-handed, I write left-handed, I eat left-handed, I was born this way. I'm so grateful to live in a time where I can live my best life despite being different from the majority of folks. No one accuses me of witchcraft because I'm left-handed the way they did in the past. No one ties my left hand behind my back, forcing me to act right-handed the way they used to. Genderqueer people have always existed and will always exist, regardless of what some guy with a Sharpie says or does. I'm excited for the time where genderqueer people can live their best lives in peace the way I can as a left-hander. Thank you all for leading our city and county, the country, the world, to include everybody.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, well, before we begin the reports portion of the agenda, we have a representative from Waste Connections with us this evening to provide a brief update. Who's the lucky person? People. Please introduce yourselves.
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah.
Mayor, council members, Jacqueline Satterwhite. I'm the account manager for Waste Connections. I have Riley here, our assistant district manager, as well as my sales supervisor. So thank you all for allowing us to come here and answer your questions. We appreciate a lot of patience that you've all had, having something this huge happen. Honestly, I've worked for the second largest company and I haven't had as many complaints, but I'm here to listen to everybody. Do we have challenges? Absolutely. We're working through those. As Janice mentioned, one of our clients prior to this, and just having it rolled out, having those carts, we listened, else we would have deployed a bunch more carts on the ground and you guys would have had a lot more issues. So I appreciate her letting us know that, and we made provisions to, accommodate and not put so much out on the ground. So what else is there about voice messages? We're deploying voice messaging. If you call in, we understand there's an influx of calls, but pretty much just here to tell you, we're running and got feet on the ground. We deployed 1,600, I think, carts. And honestly, I've had, or 16,000, sorry. And we've had a few complaints, that's gonna happen. I mean, this is a huge project. And honestly, I'm surprised there's not even more people here. So anything we could do, I'm here to answer questions afterwards. I'm sure there's each individual that has different circumstances. Feel free to let me know now. I'm standing here to answer any questions you may have.
We appreciate you being here. And so if you want to hang out, maybe people can reach you in the hallway.
Absolutely.
Sound good? I really do appreciate you coming
Yeah.
here. And I realize when you're, rolling out a new program with
It's
tens of
challenging.
thousands of customers, there's going to be hiccups and I'm hearing about them as well. So we just have to be responsive
Yes.
and ask people for patience as we get this launched. And then we'll be revisiting the ordinance and agreement probably in late May to make some changes, some possible amendments. There are certain categories of residential agricultural property that have dumpsters on their property, and we hear you. You already have your trash figured out for those types of rural areas. So we're going to revisit that. We just want to get the program launched, and then we'll go back and tweak it.
Oh, definitely.
In May.
Yes, there's a lot of tweaking to do.
And you'll be able
We
to-
appreciate y'all, honestly. I know it's not easy. We've got a lot of calls. We've had, different things that we're doing. We're gonna have more people answer the phone, just any escalation. I take escalations from staff, call you guys directly. What are we doing wrong? How can we improve? We don't shy away from that. So please let us know what we can improve on, please.
Mr. Crothers, come on up. Come on, you come to the mic.
The only problem we've had so far, excuse me, is the map you guys put out to show what days people are gonna get their trash. I don't think anybody understood that map at all. So I think that's probably where a lot of the frustration
Thank
came.
you for your honesty.
For sure. Yeah, really, it was a terrible.
Yeah, I agree. We did have one that we had pink dots on it, so I don't think you would have wanted that. You would have had no clue what that meant. We did work with the staff to get a better one. They have a GIS system, I believe, and they could speak more on it. We want to get that information out to you, and we understand. Even looking at it myself, not living here, or if I lived here, I'd be like, where am I at? What day is it? So we understand. We're here again to answer the questions. We're not shying away from anything. We're here to help.
Well, thank you all for being here and
appreciate it.
yeah, just keep reaching out and we'll try to respond to your concerns as quickly as possible.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank
And
you.
Appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Appreciate you too. All right, we'll continue with the report section of the agenda. City Manager Hoffman, do you have a report?
I do not, other than for Mr. Carruthers, the flag was supposed to be over here on this corner. So we will absolutely make that move by next week, sir.
Thank you. And Attorney Rogers, do you have any reports?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Council's consideration of the consent items is next. One of the consent items is for Board of Social Services. As a reminder, council is the Board of Social Services, so a vote by council on these items is also a vote for the BSS. The clerk will read all of the consent items by title, and there'll be one opportunity for public comments and council questions and comments. Will the clerk please read agenda items 6A through 6E by title?
6A, approval of minutes for the regular council meeting of March 11th, 2025. 6B, proposed resolution number 2025-66-BSS, acknowledging review of expenditures and electronic benefits transfer for October, November, and December of 2024. 6C, proposed resolution number 2025-56, approving the First Amendment to the agreement with High Point Networks LLC for network equipment, maintenance, and support. 6D, proposed resolution number 2025-16, approving a memorandum of understanding between Broomfield and Adams County Clerk and Recorder for emergency election relocation procedures. 6E, proposed resolution for 2025-64, imposing a temporary moratorium until May 24th, 2025 on all applications, permits for and operation of marijuana cultivation and marijuana product manufacturing uses. Proposed ordinance number 2266 to amend the Broomfield Municipal Code, Title 17, to make permanent the prohibition of marijuana cultivation and manufacturing facilities and add retail marijuana stores as a permitted use, first reading. Proposed ordinance number 2267, amending the Broomfield Municipal Code to permit the sale of non-marijuana infused consumable food and drink at marijuana establishments, first reading.
Thank you. We'll now proceed with public comments on these items. If anyone would like to be heard on the consent items, now's the time. Being none, we'll move to questions from council. Any questions from council? Councilmember Lim.
I had a question on 6D. There was the resolution to approve the memorandum of understanding with Adams County for emergency election relocation procedures. That's required by the state now. It was noted in the memo. And the MOU was through 2026, the general election. I was thinking ahead, and it's possible that we would have ranked choice voting in 2027. Would an agreement with another election location that does not have ranked choice voting work out once we have ranked choice voting?
Manager Hoffman.
Councilmember Lim, that's an excellent question.
Our city and county clerk is making her way to
Making
the
her way
podium.
down. Ms. Clemens.
Thank you. So just to clarify, Councilmember Lamb, the question is that once we implement ranked choice voting, if Adams County would be able to process ballots, yes, we would be able to. It's the facility and the location and the equipment, but we would be able to get the programming on their equipment.
So we can transfer the software. Okay,
Yes.
That's good. Okay, thank you. And I just had one other comment. In the HHS report, there was a note that there's still low-income energy assistance funding available for the calendar year. And so I just wanted to call attention to that. If there's any residents who think they need that funding, you can look on the Broomfield website for that information on how to apply for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Marshall Olson.
Thank you, Mayor. On 6E ordinance number 2267 regarding the sale of consumable food at marijuana stores. I spoke with Attorney Rogers about this. My wife is a Colorado registered lobbyist. One of her clients is a food and beverage company that company would likely sell products in the marijuana stores. However, neither her nor her company did any lobbying on behalf of the state or local governments. And Attorney Rogers does not believe that there's no financial benefit to myself or my family regarding this vote. And I don't believe that I would be unbiased. So Attorney Rogers did not believe I needed to recuse myself, but I wanted to just disclose it for transparency's sake. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Chef.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a question concerning 6B, the Board of Social Services update for Q4 2024. This is in specifically for the Health First Colorado, the Medicaid program. Within our council memo, we had the information about the North Highland model and that it talked about the funding model for county administration. And within this, it looked like that the county administration had been underfunded about $30 million statewide. So I was curious, how has this underfunding of the county administration affected Broomfield? Will the funding requests in the 2025 budget cover that county administration expenses for the state fiscal year 2025, 2026? And is there going to be any backfill that is going to occur for county administration for previous years?
All right, good evening. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor, City Council. Chris Dewhurst, Deputy Director with Human Services. As it relates to the study, yes, the study was done and the impacts for us is that we do feel that we are understaffed. In terms of the requirements to process all of the benefits, do we make do? Yes, we are. The staff are diligent and committed to doing so, but there's little margin for other items. So in terms of the question, if it was funded, there's a methodology that would appropriate funds to the city and county of Broomfield. And I don't have specifics of what ultimately would come our way with that. It would be an increase. But again, I don't, at this point in time, know the specific details of that.
And do you anticipate that there would be any backfill for previous years?
I don't believe so, no. And the administration is covering the cost of our staff to do. And so in that sense, I don't believe there would be.
Okay. All right. I just ask that as this continues to move forward, that we find out information if that county administration does indeed get fulfilled with the budget.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? Seeing none, is there a motion by council that consent items 6A through 6E be approved? Councilmember Ward.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Henkel.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? No? Oh, okay. Council, please cast your vote electronically. And Councilmember Leslie did inform us that he's somewhere in the Philippines, so he mistook the time, so he's actually not on Zoom. All council members have entered their vote and the results will be displayed on screen. That passes unanimously 9-0. Moving on to action items. Earlier this evening, Councilmember Henkel requested that item 7E be heard first under action items. Therefore, it will be reviewed at this time. Item 7E is council's consideration of a resolution approving the name Water Runs Back Open Space for the property located at 18,100 County Road 7. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, City and County Manager Hoffman, and public. My name is Chloe Chalekin. I'm the Open Space and Trail Specialist here at City and County of Broomfield. And tonight we will be requesting a resolution to approve the name Water Runs Back, like the mayor said, for the property located off of County Road 7. And that is due to a robust community engagement process, which we will talk about this evening. Next slide, please. This property is located in the north of Broomfield. It is a larger property in our open space system. It's about 132 acre property. It was purchased back in 2015, 2016 with funds from our open space fund, which is paid through our open space tax. This property also has a couple important features I would like to highlight now, including community ditch, which runs through it, and the fact that it has water rights with the property. Next slide, please. Council had approved the guidelines for naming public facilities, which an open space falls under. And our open space department has followed these guidelines in selecting and proposing this name, including a review from our Open Space and Trails Advisory Committee. Next slide, please. Our Open Space and Trails Advisory Committee has been extremely involved in the process of selecting this name. After hearing other suggestions from our staff, they suggested that we reach out to our tribal contacts and see if we could get a name for this property with an indigenous tie. And so from there, as you can see, that this naming process took several years. And that's because we weren't just naming an open space property, we were building a relationship. Next slide, please. And one of those people we built that relationship with was Mr. Mosqueda, who is pictured here on the top right. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to be here tonight due to other obligations with powwow and other cultural events going on this week in Denver. But we've really enjoyed being a partner with him through this process. And so Mr. Mosqueda first came to the site in October of 2023 for a site visit, as he was here for, along with a couple other of our tribal delegation, to learn a little bit more about Broomfield, develop that sister cities relationship, which again, thank you council members and mayor who were able to attend the signing this weekend. That relationship was kicked off with a soil ceremony back in 2023, where we exchanged soil between the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes and our Broomfield city leaders. And from there, Mr. Mosqueda was on the property, and as we were walking around the site, community ditch is a very prominent feature. And it appears that the water runs back towards the mountains on the site. And while he was out there, he kind of looked at that, nodded at all of us, and was like, I think you should name it Water Runs Back. And so that is very in convention with traditional indigenous naming practices, where a place is given a name based on a particular natural feature of that site. And also, as several of the council members and the mayor have mentioned, this would build on that tie and that sister cities relationship that we've been building, including going to Oklahoma. I know we have one of our Broomfield teen council members in the audience who will be attending that with me. We are going to be driving down in the next couple of weeks, and we're very excited for that. Next slide, please. And so we couldn't suggest this name without also reaching out to our greater Broomfield community. So we also reached out to about 16,000 Broomfield community members through 4 different newsletters, including our community-wide newsletter, our open space and trail specific newsletter, our city council newsletter, our internal employee newsletter, and that is all. Thank you. This is my first time.
You're doing great.
Thank you. And so that is where we sourced our responses for our poll on whether or not the community supported the name. Next slide, please. And so from that poll, we had 158 responses. 86% of those were in support of the name. We had a couple of people that didn't have a preference, and then we had several people that had other suggestions. Next slide, please. And of those other suggestions, we heard from folks that they also want to see this name be translated into the indigenous languages of the area, which would be Ute, Cheyenne, and Arapaho. And so that's also going to be part of the process if this name is approved. And from there, we also had several other names, which you can see on the slide. And these names could be used for future features of the site, potentially trails, shade pavilions, or other open space amenities. We also heard from folks that they would like to potentially see a shorter or simpler name. And we discussed this internally with our Broomfield staff, and we decided not to do that out of respect to the original name and the person that gave it to us. Next slide, please. And so from there, and also building with all of this community engagement, we brought all of this back to our Open Space and Trails Advisory Committee in January, and they unanimously recommended that we bring this name to council this evening, citing from that list of guideline criteria, natural and historical significance, as well as special significance of a name. And so if council decides to approve the name this evening, we would then, as our Open Space and Trail staff, fabricate and install identification signage with the name translated into those languages, as well as potentially create a native plant garden, because as I mentioned earlier, there are water rights with this property. And so having an irrigated garden is a possibility. And so the bigger vision for this property is to have it both be a cultural touchstone for the Cheyenne and Arapaho when they come and visit, as well as for other urban natives in the Metro Denver area. Not only that, for our own Broomfield community, we would like this to be a place of learning and reconciliation. Next slide, please. And from there, we would like to request that council approve resolution 2025-49. Next slide, please. That is the end of my presentation, and thank you for your time. And I would like to say thank you to the 5 groups in support of this name tonight that have been way in the audience for the last 3 hours. So thank you very much. Our Broomfield Teen Council, our Open Space and Trails Advisory Committee, including our chair, Mr. Michael McLean, our Broomfield sister cities from both Lollaport and Paul, and our own Broomfield and Cheyenne and Arapaho sister cities, as well as our Open Space Action Network.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll take public comments on this item too. So if anyone would like to speak on it, please come on up. Make your way to the podium.
Roxy Jula Lacamore. I have one short question, then a comment. Is this the one that's in Ward 5? The open space?
Yes.
And that's the only one we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. This is good for Ward 5. I don't want Lacamore changed. So all the open spaces that are in Lacamore, I would prefer that they all stay what we have it to be. But this would be great for Ward 5. This is a great open space.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? All right, questions from council? All right, my screen's not working, so raise your hand if you want to speak. Mayor Pro Tem Chet?
Thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to follow up on that question. So this came about because there was no name for this open space. Is that correct? And then is there any plans to rename other open space properties?
So that's correct. There was no current name for this property. Internally, it was known as the Harmer property because we bought it from the Harmer and Galasso families, but it didn't have any name. So it wouldn't be a renaming, and Kristen could probably speak more to this, but as far as I know, there are no further plans to rename any open spaces. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any other questions? Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. I will just note for the Mayor Pro Tem, I was on USTEC, I think in 2020 when we first had this discussion, which I think involves some conversations about maybe a bird we should name it after, or cottonwoods. And it eventually evolved to a discussion of that we haven't anything at that point in time in Broomfield that honored the original peoples of this area. And this would be a great opportunity to do that. And it's, having attended the Sister City celebration in Denver Saturday night, it's really remarkable. I had no idea that's how that conversation would evolve. Because I think it led to the conversation with the Cheyenne and Arapaho, it led to the Sister City. So it was one little kernel idea, I know Mike was there, that has really blossomed. So I appreciate everything that Kristen has done, I think, especially to push that forward and to create something really special for Broomfield that I think will be appreciated regionally. And if you do go out to the Water Ones Back common space, it is remarkable to stand there looking to the east to the fields with the mountains to your back and watch the water run in the opposite direction you intuitively think it's supposed to be running. So it does make you stop and think, why is it running that way? So I wholeheartedly support this. I think it's a tremendous move. Thank you to everything Chloe, you and your team has done to make this happen. And I will refrain from proposing anything named for you, Roxy, if that's your preference. At least not in Ward 5.
Councilmember Hinkle.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the lessons I used to teach in high school in biology was just, what does it mean to be alive? And then we talked about cells, we talked about other organizational parts about biology and being alive. But one of the key parts of it was dealing with water. And I think that it's a good indication of having an area of life around it. And that life is also really in partnership with our Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes. And I really appreciate the efforts in making a relationship. And this isn't just a naming. And we're getting our youth involved. Jericho, thank you so much for being here tonight. I know you probably didn't want me to name you, but one of my favorite youth at Ward 4. And you've done such a tremendous job in really involving the future and what that looks like in Broomfield. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other council member questions, comments? All right, seeing none, let's vote. Next is council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2025-49. Will the clerk please read the proposed resolution by title?
7E, proposed resolution number 2025-49, approving the name Water Runs Back Open Space for the property located at 18100 County Road 7.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the resolution? Councilmember Cohen.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Henkel.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Then council, please cast your vote electronically. All council members have entered their vote and the results will be displayed on the screen. That passes unanimously 9-0. Thank you all. All right, moving on. Next under action items this evening is the public hearing and council's consideration on second reading of a proposed ordinance related to the establishment of a business improvement district related to the Broomfield Town Square project. I'll now declare the public hearing open. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. And Jeff Romine is making his way down to the podium to introduce us. And I know that the BTS folks are here as well. Mr. Romine.
Thank you, Manager Hoffman, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. It is my pleasure to be before you tonight to present the second reading. I'm going to be very quick because if you recall, 1 month ago tonight, you did consider this on first reading. We had a very robust conversation. I think it lasted about a half hour. My goal tonight is to try to do this in 5 to 10 minutes max. So you can start your timers. First slide, please. Can't start your timers till I get a slide. Thank you. Next slide, please.
There's a party outside.
Tonight we're talking about a business improvement district. I'll briefly talk about it. I also have one of our colleagues, the legal team representing the legal team that's representing the developer who's here before us with this petition, Marianne McGeady. She's here also, and we'll take a couple of slides. So you can see the area we're talking about. It's immediately to the south of our location now and slightly to the east. The specific piece of property is in that corner. Next slide, please. You'll see the blow up of it. That's at the corner of First and Main, so it's the northeast corner. This action was called for in the 2019 redevelopment agreement related to the Broomfield Town Square development. As noted, the formation of the bid requires that both 50% of the property as well as 50% of the value of the property be included in the petition. And that has been done. We have received the petition and we match it, or we feel that it's deemed appropriate. I'm going to turn it over to Mary Ann to take the next couple slides. Mary Ann?
You were very fast. Thank you. Mary Ann McGeady with McGeady Becker, Cortese and Williams here on behalf of the petitioners. So we're moving on the slides. These business improvement districts are organized pursuant to Colorado statute 3125-1201, and the statute requires that the bid be organized by petition. The petition's executed by owners of the property. It includes an operating plan and budget, which is the governing document, which if approved by the city outlines the purpose, organization, powers, and financing plan for the district. The district would have the power to construct, operate, and maintain public improvements that are not dedicated to other entities for operations and maintenance. Those kinds of improvements include water services, safety protection, sanitation services, marketing services, streetscape improvements, street improvements, curb and gutters, culverts, drainage, sidewalks, parking facilities, paving, lighting, grading, landscape, storm, and wastewater management facilities, and associated land acquisition and remediation for this project. The revenues derived usually come from the issuance of bonds, ad valorem tax, service charges, and fees and special assessments. The board of directors of the district is a 5-member board, and those board members are appointed by the city. There is an election that would be required, and it is now scheduled to occur in May of this year that would authorize the issuance of debt. Next slide. Thank you. So generally speaking, again, the common powers of business improvement districts is to levy and collect taxes, to issue bonds, to impose and collect fees and assessments, to enter into contracts and agreements, adopt rules and regulations and bylaws, to acquire, construct, finance, install, and maintain the improvements, and also very importantly, to provide marketing and management of public events, activities, and support of the business development in that district's boundaries. Next slide. So the bid will be working in cooperation with the Metropolitan District to construct, install, and maintain the list of improvements that I won't read again. The initial cost is estimated to be $68 million, but that cost will vary depending on the actual cost of the improvements. The bid will, again, own and operate what is not accepted for ownership and maintenance by another governmental entity. Next slide. So the petition includes that proposed 2025 and 2026 operating plan and budget. Also describes who the board of directors are, and it's listed on the slide there. We have Brian White, Tim Frederick, Patrick Maheny, Rod Wagner, and Joseph Ortiz. It includes the boundary and service area of the bid, includes a description of the services, again, I will not read again, and provides estimated taxes, fees, and assessments to be imposed by the bid. The initial boundary is limited to parcel 2, which has been transferred to the developer in February of this year and is within that project area. The developer is expected to request the city council to expand the boundary in the future as the project develops. And so each expansion will occur after consent of the city. Next slide. I'm sorry, you want me to stop?
Yeah.
Okay.
Next slide, please. So as you, oh, sorry, go back one. Thank you. So again, the election is expected on May 6th. If you'll note within the documents that we provided, there's a maximum amount of indebtedness that can be $104 million. That is more than the money that has been already talked about. That allows that ceiling, and that's really what that is doing. At the same time, in working with the bid as well as the Metro District, as we've been talking to the developer, we decided to impose a total between the 2 districts coming together. So these are 2 different districts, the Metro District and the bid, but we put in place that it could be a maximum of 50 mils related to the capital and 15 mils related to the operating. So that's the way that it's written. And additionally, we did put in limits on the maximum interest allowable. However, if the interest rates do rise, as we've seen from time to time, there is a mechanism that they can actually be issued debt at a higher level, but it would take certain extraordinary approvals by the city county manager and the city county attorney. Next slide. So this effectively completes the presentation on this. You can see that there are a number of items that are all coming together that are called for within the ordinance that we've brought forward for you on the second reading. These are the items as discussed by Mary Ann and myself. Next slide, please. And we have reviewed the operating and the service plans and those types of documents, and all of those have also been included. So if council wishes to approve the creation and formation of the Business Improvement District, it would recommend the ordinances as presented to you. And again, this would be funded through a separate mill levy that would be done for the bid, just as there is one for the Metro District. So this does not come out of the 28.968 mills as the city currently does. This is something that's extraordinary for the development, has been anticipated in the 2019 agreement. At that, Mayor, I conclude my presentation. I don't know if I got my 10 minutes, but Mayor Shaft is shaking his head, or Mayor Pro Tem Shaft is shaking his head. So I was close, I hope.
It was concise. Thank you. So now we'll proceed with public comments on this item. If anyone would like to be heard on Broomfield Town Square, now's the time. Make your way to the podium. State your name and neighborhood for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city managers, staff, and BTS partners. My name is Jan Bill Sparrow. I live in Red Leaf, Ward 4. I'm here to ask you a question regarding the Broomfield Town Square development. And that is, what is the aspect of the project that is of most concern to you? It's a large, complex project with an involved funding structure. It is to occur at the same time that you have other large projects. If we look at the presentation made at the focus session, there was a list of several large projects that are in the midst of being implemented. It spans a long period of time for funding, repayment, and involves other entities such as the school district. And a change in the School Finance Act could result in a change in their commitment to the project. I am concerned about the mill levy, initially set at a maximum of 65 mills. This, on top of the other mill levies for the property, results in a total mill levy, a maximum initial of 158.716 mills. The potential beer garden mill levy would be 78% higher than Rails End and 48% higher than the Old Man Bar and Grill. Now, I'm not a beer drinker, so the price of a bottle of beer wouldn't impact me personally. But I wonder if the mill levy might affect the patron's choice of establishments and the restaurant owner's success. The mill levy for the residential portion at 158.716 is 69% higher than the Marquee Town Center apartments, which are not far away, and the Terracina apartments on Via Vara. It is 7% lower than Arista Flats or Arista Uptown. Will the potential renters feel that the rent to be charged is within their budget? I ask each of you to please monitor the project closely, especially the aspect of the development that may be most concerning to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to speak? Way down.
Hi, I'm Janet Sund. I wanted to speak about the town center. I grew up in that area. I lived on Flint Way as a child. All my friends lived in that area. I'm very concerned about the amount of traffic. We just a few years back, I know it was more than a few, we just expanded and repaved 120th down there because I had to sit in that traffic every morning. And now you're putting in all these housing units and I see more traffic. I also see down the road that I see other things like this in other communities, and over time, they turn into not so good neighborhoods. And that area of town has, to me, always been a very nice, quiet neighborhood. And I think that this is impacting the people that live on Main Street. I think it's unfortunate that you picked that location. People are also not happy about that pond. It's my understanding that the city manager, somebody deeded over the land for that pond because they couldn't pay some price for that, for the excavation of it, not to mention the non-potable water that goes in there. And if I did my calculations right, that pond is what, 350,000 gallons, something like that. Maybe I'm remembering it wrong, but quite a bit of water that we have to pay for to go in there. I am not pleased with what you're doing there. It's too much congestion. It's inappropriate. I'm just not for it. And I'm very saddened that you're spending our tax money on doing something this egregious when we have water issues that we needed to take care of. We have other issues in Broomfield, like the sewer systems, the water treatment plants that needed to have money funded, that we have had money taken away to do with things like this. And I think it's very inappropriate for the city to be mismanaging the funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? All right, questions from council are next. Members should limit themselves to questions during this portion, and the time to introduce amendments and state positions for or against this item is later. Are there any questions from council? Apparently not. There being no further questions, the public hearing is closed. Next is council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2263. Will the clerk please read the proposed ordinance by title?
7A, ordinance number 2263, declaring the organization of the Broomfield Town Square Business Improvement District, establishing and appointing a board of directors, and approving the 2025 and 2026 operating plan and budget.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the ordinance on second and final reading and order it published by title? Councilmember Marshallson?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Nguyen?
I second this motion.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we'll move forward to the vote on ordinance number 2263. Council, please cast your vote electronically. All council members have entered their vote, and that passes unanimously, 9-0. Next, under action items are resolutions for the urban renewal plan and related tax sharing agreements for Broomfield Town Square. Because one of these items is the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority's consideration of proposed resolution 2025-71-UR, we will convene a meeting of the borough. The meeting of the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority is called to order to consider agenda item 7C concurrently. I'll note that all members of the authority are present with the exception of Authority Member Leslie. Council and borough members have a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. And Mr. Romine remains down at the podium.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members. So tonight we're going to consider two actions, one by borough and one by the city and county, related to the formation of the URA, as well as an amendment of an existing URA. And then you'll also note, borough will be talking about the tax sharing agreements that have been proposed and being committed to by the varying taxing entities that are also within this area. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, this is actually another item that was called for in the 2019 redevelopment and reimbursement agreement. So this is the totality of all those financing agreements coming together. This action that will be taken tonight will then conclude all the items that the city, county, as well as borough needs to do to approve and move forward. And as in a reference, just to remind you all, The SDP, City Council approved the SDP back last year, well, actually more than a year ago. And so all of that work is continuing, but this brings forward all the financing packages. Next slide, please. Oh, there we go. So as many of you may know, and as the borough members know, there are 12 existing URAs right now. Those are urban renewal areas designated by the city council and operated by borough in one form or another. And those oftentimes bring forward the development. And so part of an urban renewal area is recognizing where there's disinvestment or where there's additional infrastructure and other improvements need to be made to encourage investment to come to a particular area. This represents the whole of them across the city as they currently exist. Next slide, please. Those urban renewal areas, as I mentioned, bring forward infrastructure and make other improvements, and they're intended under Colorado law to prevent and eliminate blight within a community. There are specific legal definitions to that and the work that is done in order to determine that. The initial finding of blight for this particular area was done in 2019, and we have had it looked at several times since to ensure that those conditions still exist within this area. A reminder also that this then allows for tax increment financing. As a reminder of that, tax increment financing says the existing taxes that are flowing into the area, into the various local governments or special district governments that are coming in, those stay as they currently are calculated and stay in place. And then any additional development, those increments, that additional development coming in is what helps fund the tax increment financing and helps fund for these improvements. So it's that those public improvements, those quasi-public improvements that come in that do that, and that's how it's funded, is by encouraging this development, generates additional tax revenue. That tax revenue is what's utilized to support these. Next slide, please. The existing URA, as I mentioned, there is a URA that we're going to be amending. This is the existing URA that's referred to as the Broomfield Plaza Civic Center URA. This was formed a number of years ago and is in place, and you can see the whole of that in this particular graphic representation. Next slide, please. So that was created in 2013. What you have before you is a new proposed URA that's represented by the purple. And so part of the existing URA, that Broomfield Plaza URA that was formed in 2013 will be amended to reduce that overlap so there cannot be an overlap. And you will see the new one, and that exactly coincides with the development that's being proposed for the Broomfield Town Square and has been proposed since 2019 in that agreement. Next slide, please. This represents then what the new URA or what the amended URA would look like in its entirety now. So the Civic Center URA will then be shrunk, and you can see what that diagram looks like. Next slide, please. The proposed new URA is 53 acres and will include the areas as noted in the map, effectively both on either side of First Avenue, one going north from 120th up to First, and then going forward. It also does include several existing buildings that are within that area that are public purpose buildings. So North Metro Fire Administration Building, as well as the Library Auditorium Building. So those buildings are there. It also includes the former grocery store that was operated by Safeway. And so it includes that area as well as the parking area, and then the separately privately owned wing, what we sometimes refer to as the Safeway wing buildings, those two buildings that are wings of the existing Safeway building. So that gives you an orientation, both of the buildings. You've seen the map, and it kind of flows together and is represented in that way. I've already showed you the map of what the amended one would look like. The new URA that will be coming in place, not the existing one, that one still runs from 2013 forward for the 25 years. The new one would start now and then last for 25 years going forward. So it would begin in 2025 and then run through that 25-year period. Next slide, please. Under state law, the finding of that it must be within a comprehensive plan or master planned area. Secondly, that it must have and meet certain other requirements. So you can see those. The Planning and Zoning Commission did review this in 2021 and did say that this URA does fit within that element of the requirements. The formation of the URA is in a blighted area. As I mentioned earlier, the blighting study was done in 2019, was updated twice since, and was looked at just to ensure consistency. Those items are still in place. The blight study, next slide, please, did find 8 blight factors in place out of the 11 that are required under state law. They are listed there for your edification. It is required in order to create an area, you must have 5. And so this does exceed the minimum requirements, and you can see what those are. As noted, there are several new buildings or relatively new buildings operating in this area. I would just note that just because those buildings there doesn't necessarily mitigate the fact that there are some other blight conditions. So the presence of a relatively new building like the North Metro Fire District does not suggest that necessarily all of those blight conditions have been eliminated, as been evidenced by the fact that we did the update in 21 and then also re-looked at it in 2025. Next slide, please. Under the state law, we can modify the existing URAs and includes within those taxing districts. I would note for the new ones, these are the taxing districts in the second bullet that are affected. And we have reached out over the last several years, obviously in conversation, and all of them with the exclusion of one and provided letters of commitment. That one is taking on the item in the near future and has already indicated they'll be supporting it. Within your packet, the mayor there is a sample letter that has been provided by Northern Water around that. And so you'll be able to see that, but that will be provided, and in the enabling actions you'll be taking tonight will give direction to the mayor when that is provided to be able to sign that one also. And so as you can see, North Metro Fire and Northern Colorado will each continue to receive 100% of their TIF of the existing property taxes. So they will not be contributing into the area from their represented. However, you will note others are contributing, specifically Boulder Valley School District, and they have committed to 27 mills. They did that last month at their board meeting. And that letter also is in your packet. Next slide, please. So we're rounding the bend and we're nearing the completion of this, but I just wanted to also remind you, because I'm sure it would come up in questions, again, what the 2019 redevelopment and reimbursement agreement between the city and county of Broomfield, the Metro District, as well as the development partners, and it also anticipated the bid, which you've just approved in your last thing. And so here's what the city is contributing. We have covered this obviously several times in various council briefings and various council sessions, but effectively this lays out what the city and county of Broomfield is contributing, because you can more explicitly see in those letters what the other entities are contributing. So this just gives you a quick snapshot of the items that the city has proposed, we negotiated, and were approved in the 2019 agreement. We have that there. Next slide, please. So, as I mentioned, we're coming to the end. There are 2 resolutions tonight, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and borough members, for your consideration. These items, the first 2, are related to what the city council will be doing. As you can see, one is the formation and the other is the amendment. And so brings those 2 items forward. Next slide, please. And for the borough board, your action is limited to a single vote on that particular resolution, and it discusses those items there. And it again authorizes the mayor to sign the letter from the Mile High Flood District. Sorry, I had flipped those around when I had spoken earlier, but it's the Mile High Flood District. They'll be providing that letter. So at that, Mayor, I conclude my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Romine. We'll now proceed with public comments, starting with in-person. If anyone would like to speak on this topic, now's the time. Okay, go into questions from council next. Or borough, if we have any questions from our authority members. Mayor Pro Tem Shah.
Thank you, Mayor. So I do have some questions. I sent many of these, I think almost all of them to staff in advance. So regarding the URA and needing to have a blighted area study, do you know if there's ever been any type of challenge to that? Is there a history of challenge to the formation of a URA based upon a blighted study?
First, if I should make a correction, I said 5, I meant 4. I apologize for that. But the 4 items and the determination, the letters and the report as you've been given are provided to both the planning and zoning as well as to city council. So actually it is your discretion to make the determination of blight based upon those studies. My colleague, Carl Front is here, who actually dug into the questions that the Mayor Pro Tem provided to be able to provide a more complete answer. So, Carl.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council, Carl Front, Senior Attorney. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Schaaf, I did take the opportunity this afternoon to look into that for you. The definition of blight is set in state statute. It runs through those factors as well as the actual definition of it. Several principles have been through the Colorado courts over the last 60 years, including the absence of widespread violation of building and health codes does not by itself preclude a finding of blight. The presence of one well-maintained building does not defeat a determination that an area constitutes a blighted area. The fact that portions of an urban renewal plan area were not blighted did not prevent those, in that case, blocks from being included in the urban renewal plan. And then lastly, an urban renewal authority's determination as to whether an area is blighted is a legislative question, and the scope and review by the judiciary is generally restricted. And I should correct that. That should be the city council's determination as to whether it's blighted, not the urban renewal authority.
Okay.
So it has been challenged over the last 60 years, and for the most part determined that the blight study and the determinations made by council stand.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that information. I appreciate that. So regarding the blight study, so it looked like that the library and the North Metro Fire Department building were included in the blight study, but not in the URA. Do you know why that was the case?
Yes, that is correct. In the 2019, when we first started looking at this, it was thought that leaving those 2 properties out made sense because they were not on the tax roll, and so that they didn't need to be included within the within the urban renewal area. As we got through more of the logistics of getting through the plan, just trying to come up with the legal description to define the area that excluded those properties, it just made more sense to leave them in. There was no harm with them being in. So we just determined to leave them within the proposed new urban renewal area.
Okay, but they were not included in the blight study.
They were not.
Okay, so then my other question is why was the UCA building, the UCA that currently is in that building, and the former Pizza Hut, sorry, these 2 are kind of changing hands, and the former Pizza Hut building that were included in the blight study, but they're not included in the URA. Why? What was the determination for that?
Yeah, so when we looked at this originally in 2019, it was thought to make the urban renewal area as broad as we needed it to be. And that would have required amending both the Broomfield or both the Plaza Civic Center URA as well as the amended West 120th URA. As the plans evolved and we got from 2019 to today, we determined that it made more sense to just leave the amended West 120th URA alone and not touch that one at all. And so we were able to make the boundaries smaller, that brought it closer to what the actual Broomfield Town Square development is, and just amend the Plaza Civic Center URA as needed to get to the proposed plan tonight.
Okay, all right. And then just because you mentioned the amended West 120th Avenue URA, so that one is close to the new BTS URA. That section that is south of First Street that is now within the BTS URA, that is not an area that was a part of the West 120th URA. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So the Safeway Marketplace, which would be the former Safeway building, the two wing buildings, the Sonic and the AutoZone, those were not included within a URA at all. And so that reflects the addition within the proposed Broomfield Town Square for everything south of First Avenue.
Perfect. Thank you for that clarification. Just a couple more questions. So did any property owners or tenants object to being included in the Urban Renewal Authority?
We have not heard from any.
Okay. And then could they object to being included in the blight study, or do they not get a choice whether they get to participate or not?
They would have been notified of that as well at the time, and we did not hear any objection on that either.
Perfect. And we haven't had any objections to the blight study findings?
We have not.
Perfect. And then right, the new URA doesn't include the UCA or the former Pizza Hut, but the Pizza Hut was included in the study as was the UPS. Okay, and that's all my questions. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think if we look at, it'll help put the map back up from page 6 of the presentation. You'll be able to see that amended area.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Lim.
Thank you. The first thing my first question follows up from Mayor Pro Tem Schaaf's. You made a statement that you drew the library and the Metro Fire Station into the URA because it was easier to set the perimeter and it doesn't hurt anything. I'm having trouble understanding how putting city property inside a URA is absolutely never going to be having any impact on the city building.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Councilmember Lynn. Part of the reason why you do those and you think it through as the development continues to progress is where you're going to see the public improvements. And so part of the infrastructure that is being required from this development will include items that will come closer to those buildings or in front of those buildings. So one of the things that's being discussed and being dealt with is the relationship of the intersection at First and right there at Spader Way and First. So by doing that, it makes it much cleaner as far as making those improvements. You can make improvements outside of URA as long as they have a direct benefit. It's much easier to just go ahead and make that nexus immediately by saying, these are improvements that are going to benefit the development and they are on that property that's within it. So it makes it a little bit cleaner. At least that's been my experience both here as well as a project that I worked on in Denver where we're trying to do things outside and inside of URA and trying to figure out how to bring the dollars in appropriately.
Could you ever, in the opposite vein, could you ever, there's no negative impact you're saying, could you ever stretch it to say, I don't know, the financing in the from the URA can be used to expand the library because somehow it's going to help the URA? I don't know.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, hypotheticals are sometimes difficult to answer to, but I understand the spirit of your hypothetical question. And that is what's required in this and what the dollars can be used for is effectively to underlie the infrastructure. So making some of those physical improvements to if it's an infrastructure improvement, i.e. even a parking garage is an example that's going to serve the development, those are things that become more eligible. Making a second floor improvement to improve whatever patron ease may not, it would probably not be considered within that normal type of service activity that infrastructure, the quasi-public infrastructure I was talking about.
if a water main breaks going to the library, can we
Well,
charge that to the URA?
Again, it's very difficult to talk about certain hypotheticals, but I suspect that would be outside, but I would defer to others that would be better able to answer that.
Okay. My other question is, there was a letter of correspondence from Next Gen Properties that I did not think explained its context well, at least for me to understand. And I wondered if you could explain the context of that. And they were seeking assurances that the city will work with the developer and requesting enhancements to the parking field. So can the city respond to the requests that Next Gen Properties is making and explain some context?
So Mayor Pro Tem, council members, we did have a brief conversation with the Next Gen, the owners that own those two wing buildings to provide them the information. They had met individually and separately without us as appropriate with the Broomfield Town Square Development Group, the BTSA, as we oftentimes refer to them, and have had conversations with them. The Metro District and the bid or what they're really talking about is what those revenues to be generating and some of those improvements. I believe that they've had some conversations about how they would connect into those types of things. I don't know, Jim, I don't know if you want to comment any further. Jim from Broomfield Town Square Alliance is also here. So Jim Miller.
Good evening or good night, whatever time it is now. But yes, Councilmember Lim, we have been in contact with the Next Gen folks. They own the wing buildings adjacent to that Safeway building. And we have been including them in our plans to provide that whole building a facelift and make sure we're not just addressing the Safeway building, we're also addressing those buildings that are ironically not part of the same ownership, even though they're attached. So we're very concerned about the curb appeal, what the final development will look like, and for that to be successful, we need to include them on it. And we have continued to have discussions with them on what we can do with their project or their buildings and our project so that we achieve that same end goal. So we have been in contact with them and we are working with them on that.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
All right, thank you. Any other questions from council? Seeing none, first is council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2025-69. Will the clerk please read the proposed resolution by title?
Resolution number 2025-69, making certain legislative findings and approving the Broomfield Town Square Urban Renewal Plan.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the resolution? Councilmember Nguyen.
I make this motion.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Ward.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Council, please cast your vote electronically. Oh, council member, and no, this is the council vote. The next one's Borough, so you're good. Is that the right screen up? Because it has the authority members on there. That's okay. Hold tight. Oh. Sorry about that, council. All right, council members, please cast your vote electronically. All council members have entered their vote and the results will be displayed on the screen. That passes unanimously 9-0. Next is council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2025-70. Will the clerk please read the proposed resolution by title? Did we do that one already? Okay. We're doing 7-0 now.
7B, resolution number 2025-70, making certain legislative findings and approving a substantial modification of the Broomfield Plaza Civic Center Urban Renewal Plan by reducing the boundaries of the urban renewal area.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the resolution? Councilmember Marshall.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Ward.
Second.
Any discussion? Council, please cast your vote electronically. All council members have entered their vote and the results will be displayed on the screen. That passes unanimously 9-0. Next is Borough's consideration of item 7C. Will the clerk please read the proposed resolution by title?
7C, resolution number 2024-71-UR, authorizing and approving certain tax increment revenue agreements related to the Broomfield Town Square Urban Renewal Area Plan.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the resolution? Councilmember Ward?
Thank you, Mayor. And just for clarification, I move to approve resolution 2025-71-UR, approving certain tax increment revenue agreements related to the Broomfield Town Square. It was 2024 that was noted. So I just want to make that clarification for the record.
Thank you for that. Is there a second? Mayor Pro Tem Shah?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Authority members, please cast your vote electronically. Authority members Goldstein, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Authority member Law Evans, how do you vote?
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you both. All borough members have entered their vote. Well, she's got to get to that screen. Hold on.
It's not letting me get back to that screen.
Oh,
Unfortunately.
tech issue. What? Old school?
Old school.
Okay, can you call the roll? Will the clerk please call the roll? Come back. You gotta vote again. Because it hasn't been long enough.
Just to make your evening a little longer. Sorry about that. All right.
Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Anderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Cohen,
Yes.
Councilmember Delgadillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Hingle,
Yes.
Councilmember Leslie is absent. Councilmember Lim,
Yes.
Councilmember Marsh Olson,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Councilmember Schaff.
Yes.
And Authority member Goldstein
Yes.
and Authority member Law Evans.
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. We got through that. So thank you all
Mayor,
so
point of
much.
order. I did not get called.
Oh, Councilmember.
So I just want to
Ward
make sure
wasn't
it's
called.
appropriate
Did
for
I-
the record,
No, my apologies.
but I do approve. So yes.
So it's still unanimous.
Yes.
Good. Thank you all so much. Thank you for hanging in for the late nights. Okay, so now let me find my place. Next, under action items is council's consideration of an ordinance on first reading and a resolution related to a rezoning and a use by special review for the property located at 11961 Quay Street. I'll now declare the public hearing open. We'll follow the city's standard public hearing procedures. Staff will present a summary of the proposal. Next, we'll have the applicant presentation. Then we'll ask for public comments, final comments from the applicant, and finally questions from city council. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. Coming up on the 20, I was gonna say the 20 o'clock hour here, the 10 o'clock hour. Mr. Brandon Rowe, please introduce us to this item and walk us through it.
Thank you, City Manager Hoffman. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, Brandon Rowe, Planning Manager. I will try to be brief this evening since we're on the 10 o'clock hour. Could I get the next slide, please? The proposal before you this evening is for a first reading of an ordinance for a rezoning of a property located at 11961 Quay Street. The rezoning would be from commercial C-1J to general industrial I-2. The C1J zoning district is a legacy zoning district, which came from Jefferson County when we annexed the property into the city and now city and county. The second part of the application this evening is for the use by special review to allow for trailer storage on the site. Could we get the next slide, please? The site as pictured here is from April 2023. The TLC car wash is located on site. It's an existing use. The car wash is permitted within the C1J zone district. However, the storage of the trailers on site is not, and you can see those trailers on the north side or on the upper side of the site. To bring the existing trailer storage into compliance, the applicant's requesting the rezoning to I2 and has requested a use by special review. The use by special review would allow the storage of up to 8 equipment trailers. They would be enclosed and screened by a fence as required by the Broomfield Municipal Code. No physical changes to the property are proposed other than the installation of the new screening fence and gate for access to those trailers. Next slide, please. The property is within the original Broomfield neighborhood plan area and the 2016 Broomfield Comprehensive Plan land designation. Land designation for the property is industrial. That was a tongue twister. I apologize. The property application is consistent with both the comprehensive plan and the original Broomfield neighborhood plan. The comprehensive plan also includes a policy supporting the phasing out of legacy zone districts. So the proposal to rezone the property to a Broomfield zoning district would advance that policy of the comprehensive plan. Next slide, please. As discussed, there's no physical changes to the site other than adding that screening fence. You can see that area of the future privacy fence sort of dashed in red around the trailers. There is also the proposal to increase efficiency of flow on the site. So we would have, the applicant is proposing to have all traffic flow in a one-way direction to avoid conflicts. One-way signs will direct those vehicles exiting the car wash to follow the intended flow. The site plan also shows that those fenced area along the paved sort of surface would have the removable sections of fence. Could I get the next slide, please? Those portions of the fence adjacent to the trailers will be removable to allow for the movement of the trailers in and out of the screened area. The slide shows how they would be affixed to one another and then ground mounted. The applicant has noted that while Broomfield doesn't have specific requirements for this structure, that they would be capable of handling up to a 90-mile-an-hour per hour wind. And the applicant has attested that the fence panels will be able to withstand those winds. Next slide, please. A concept plan is not required for an application for rezoning or a use by special review. So that was not a requirement of this application. The applicant did hold the required neighborhood meeting on June 6th of 2024. And the Land Use Review Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval of the proposed project. Next slide, please. The ordinance and resolution for this case set forth draft findings, and to assist, staff has provided an excerpt of those findings on the slide currently on screen. Next slide, please. If proposed ordinance number 2264 is adopted on first reading this evening, it would order the ordinance published in full and a public hearing and second reading of that ordinance to be held on April 8th, 2025, consistent with council procedures. And then proposed resolution number 2025-60 would approve the use by special review. Use by special reviews only require a single hearing for the resolution. So that approval, if council were to choose to move forward with that this evening, would be subject to the condition that ordinance number 2264 or the rezoning be approved on second reading. That concludes staff's presentation. The applicant is here this evening to provide a few remarks about the proposal as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rowe. Next is the applicant presentation. Just as we ask staff to keep their presentations brief, I ask the applicant to be concise in their presentation. Will the applicant's representative please come to the podium, identify themselves for the record before beginning their brief presentation this evening?
Hello, my name's Kyle Williams, and this is my wife, Julia Williams. We own Broomfield Rentals and the TLC Car Wash across the street on Quay Street. I've been at this business for 40 years, you know, and until last Easter, when she handed me a notice stating that we were in violation of having our trailers on there, we had no idea. I've worked there since 1985 and I managed it for years and ended up purchasing it in 2014 from the previous owner. You know, it's been a lifetime. My family bought the car wash in 1992 we ran it as a family separate of that, the rental store, but we always had an agreement to allow for, you know, trailers or such to be stored over there, and it was reciprocal. So I got help when I needed equipment. So it worked out really well. And then I ended up buying the rental store, we did. And it's been great for us, you know. Now that we found out that that's a problem, we've been going through this process, just trying to rectify the situation and go do whatever it takes. It is imperative that we are able to keep the trailers, the equipment that's hauled on the trailers, the tractors that are hauled on them. It's not the trailers that make us the revenue, it's the equipment that's on them. And I mean, it probably represents 35% of our revenue. Without it, we're not in business. I mean, so we're here just trying to do everything right and see if we can, you know, be done with this. I mean, we've been really active in our community, and I'm sure probably some of you have even been in to see us. We've been here so long. It's 50 years next year. So longtime community members, active with all of our schools and charitable, institutions, Precious Child, and Val Swan, lots of interaction that way. So I think that's it.
That concludes your presentation.
That concludes my presentation.
From the heart. All right, thank you very much. We will proceed with public comments on this item. If anyone would like to be heard, please step on up.
Bill Crothers, Northmore. Broomfield Rental is really the only place in Broomfield that you can rent anything, for one thing. And I've used the rental center and the car wash for 40 years. And I wish all the other people in Broomfield would store their trailers as nice as these guys do. The picture you saw is exactly how nice it looks every day when you go by there. There's no reason why they shouldn't be able to continue doing what they're doing. It's if, you know, I was talking to them earlier, basically, if they can't store their trailers there, they may shut down Broomfield Rental. Then I don't know where you're going to go to rent stuff, but please consider that.
Thank you.
Hi, Janet Sund again. I think it's important that we support our community members, especially people that have been here consistently for so long. I went to that place when I was a kid. I think my brothers worked there. I think we need to support people that have longevity and have been such a good steward to the community and provided such valuable services over the years. And to get rid of that service, for them to go out of business would just be a travesty. So I think you need to reconsider and think about doing what's best for the community and what's best for their business.
Thank you.
And think about all the taxes they paid.
Yes.
Thank you.
Actually, revenue.
Would anyone else like to be heard on this item? All right. Next are questions from council. Does any member of council have any questions on this item? Not seeing any. There being no further questions, the public hearing is closed. Next is council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2264. Will the clerk please read the proposed ordinance by title?
7D, ordinance number 2264, rezoning of Olson Addition Lot 40 and Olson Subdivision Lot 12, 11961 Quay Street from commercial C1J to general industrial I2.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the ordinance on first reading and ordered published in full? Councilmember Henkel?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Marshallson? Was that your hand or was it Councilmember Ward? Okay, we'll do you. Second. Thank you. Is there any discussion? All right, no discussion. Council, please cast your vote electronically. If we're back in business. Good. All council members have entered their vote. That mine won't work there. And the results will be displayed on the screen. That passes unanimously 9-0. Thank you all very much. And there's another one. Will the clerk, next is council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2025-60. Will the clerk please read the proposed resolution by title?
7D, proposed resolution number 2025-60, approving Olson Addition Lot 40 and Olson Subdivision Lot 12, use by special review for outdoor storage at 11961 Quay Street.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the resolution? Councilmember Henkel.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Ward.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, council, please cast your vote electronically. All council members have entered their vote and the results will be displayed on the screen. That also passes unanimously. Congrats. Thank y'all. The final item under action items this evening is council's consideration of a resolution related to process improvements and authorized spending for on-demand services under master services agreements. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. And this evening, David Acevedo Yates is joining us to walk us through this item.
Thank you, Manager Hoffman. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, I'm David Acevedo Yates, Deputy Director of Finance. I want to thank our procurement staff, the City and County Attorney's Office, and each department for their work on this topic and their continued work with guiding Broomfield's procurement processes. Tonight, while the resolution on the agenda is about authorization of spending thresholds, we wanted to take this opportunity to present on master service agreements, or MSAs, as I'll refer to them throughout the presentation, that are related to this resolution. Next slide, please. So I'll be providing an overview of MSAs and their value to Broomfield, and we'll be recommending from council authorization from the city and for the city and county manager or a designee to approve purchase orders up to the approved budget amount for on-call, on-demand, and emergency expenditures based on department's authorized budget under established MSAs. Next slide, please. MSAs are ultimately about process improvement. The procurement division has found that departments are frequently soliciting for common recurring projects, sometimes even overlapping in their requests. This is not an efficient use of staff time or department budgets. In order to stay in compliance and at the same time streamline the process, save staff time, and maximize budget dollars, we are adopting the use of MSAs. MSAs are common nationally and within Colorado and are considered best practice. Under an MSA, sourcing for vendors is still done by the invitation to bid process, but with the intent to award potentially multiple vendors for a specific service or product at a negotiated established price for the year, as opposed to the current process where a single vendor for a specific project is selected and pricing can vary greatly among similar projects. MSAs create a pool of pre-qualified vendors, which can be used for a variety of projects using those specific services or products detailed within the MSA. So to establish the pre-qualified vendors, vendors are evaluated for their qualifications and pricing for services or products through a competitive bidding process. Vendors are awarded a master services agreement for on-demand, on-call, and emergency projects. These agreements are not commitments for specific projects or dollar amounts to those vendors. Project managers will still submit a purchase order request to procurement, which details the scope for specific projects of work, which is then included as part of the purchase order sent to the vendor using the contracted pricing with the vendor within that MSA. This is the point where the commitment between the vendor and Broomfield occurs. Next slide, please. So I want to provide some examples that highlight the benefits of MSAs and why we are beginning to adopt them. In 2024, we began procurement services for 2 roofing projects. First, the Paul Durda Recreation Center partial roof replacement, which was the larger of the 2 projects. The procurement process began on February 20th, 2024. and final approval from council occurred on July 9th, 2024. This was a 5-month period from the beginning to the end of the procurement process, which would be a standard completion timeframe when council approval is required. Our second example here on this slide is the tile replacement for the George DeCero building. It's a smaller project, so it did not require council approval. The procurement process began on March 21st, 2024, and while signing the final contract was completed on August 26, 2024. This project faced multiple delays due to bonding and insurance issues with the vendor. Due to the delays, the project had to be rescheduled for 2025. Also, the pricing between vendors for the GDC project varies widely due to the timing of the selection of vendors and having less availability, as it was the height of the busy season for these vendors. Next slide, please. Yeah, it should be, yeah, that one. Thank you. This slide details the wide range of bids received. Here at the bottom of each column, you can see the price and consistency in the bids we received, creating a wide variance in pricing. Next slide, please. Looking at projects for 2025 for landscaping and irrigation. Currently, there are 12 known projects, not accounting for unforeseen issues such as damage from individuals or weather. These projects include erosion control, tree replacement, irrigation, and remediation from construction. Depending on the estimated project cost, each vendor selection could require a formal solicitation, each taking 8 to 12 weeks, depending on the complexity of the work. And additionally, there could be delays in scheduling if vendors are already committed to other jobs. Additionally, once the total work for these projects exceeds $200,000, we would need additional time to obtain threshold approval from the council. If initial cost estimates are off due to unexpected work or higher pricing from vendors, as occurred in 2024, we would need to return to council for a second or third time for threshold approval. Next slide, please. If we take these examples under the process of an MSA, we can expect faster procurement process, which could potentially reduce the timeframe down to just a few weeks in total. Also, since we have already completed contracting and insurance upfront with these vendors, we would not expect delays related to those issues to the start of these projects. Lastly, since MSAs have established pricing for the year, it will keep costs predictable, allowing departments to better utilize and maximize their budget throughout the year. As mentioned in the council memo, we've established MSAs around the following services: landscape and irrigation, bridge and guardrail repair, and vehicle bodywork. While we know there are many opportunities for additional MSAs for other services and products that Broomfield utilizes, these were the services identified by departments as priority areas to start. We will continue to work with departments and the city and county attorney's office around where MSAs would be most beneficial to Broomfield. Next slide, please. I think there should be one more slide before this one. Oh yeah, there. Slide 8, yes, thank you. There are a couple of important notes I want to point out. MSAs are initially non-encumbering contracts. This means that we have not committed funds or projects to these vendors, and the authority that would be granted under the proposed resolution is still limited to current department budgets. Projects which require funds beyond currently approved budgets will be brought to council through the regular budget amendment process. A key aspect in the successful usage of MSAs is allowing departments to more efficiently utilize their budgets, which have already been reviewed, approved, and appropriated by council through the annual budget cycle. To that end, we recommend authorization from council in resolution 2025-59 for the city and county manager or designee to approve purchase orders up to the approved budget amount of on-call and on-demand and emergency expenditures based on the department's authorized budgets. Procurement staff will continue to work with departments and the city and county attorney to establish additional MSAs where departments think it would be beneficial and where the attorney's office determines a need meets the requirements of an MSA. Future master service agreements and their related resolutions will be brought to council through the consent agenda. Next slide, please. Thank you very much for your time, and we welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Acevedo Yates. We'll now proceed with public comments. If anyone would like to comment on this item, please make your way to the podium. Not seeing anyone. Council questions are next. Does any member of council, Councilmember Lim?
The current procedure under the Broomfield Municipal Code is that any individual purchase agreement or aggregate in a calendar year over $200,000 would be approved by council. So we're deviating from that procedure, and I understand the for a good intention to cut costs and time. But I was wondering if there was a possibility that, especially during this on-ramp time when we have a certain budget constraints, and that if council could be notified on a regular basis of these expenditures over $200,000. Do you think that would be possible?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Lim. Yes, definitely. We are prepared to present reports to the council members on a quarterly basis here during meetings, and we would likely coincide that with the council expenditure reports. So our expectation would be, since we're just implementing them now, that it would be around July where we would have a report ready for the first time, and then we'll do it quarterly from there. So that would not be an issue.
Okay, that would be great. Then fellow council members, I'll be introducing an amendment for that.
Thank you, Councilmember Lim. Any other questions from council? All right, seeing none. Next is council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2025-59. Will the clerk please read the proposed resolution by title?
7F, proposed resolution number 2025-59, approving authorization for spending under master services agreements for landscaping and irrigation services, vehicle bodywork services, and bridge and guardrail repair with various contractors.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to approve the resolution? Councilmember Ward.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Nguyen.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Lim. Yes.
Yes, I'd like to propose the amendment for reporting from staff on a quarterly basis. Do we have that amendment? Yes. So this adds section 3 to the resolution. On a quarterly basis at a regular council meeting, council shall receive a special report from the finance department regarding the annual expenditures to date for the above referenced master services agreements.
Thank you. Is there a second? Mayor Pro Tem Schaaf.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the amendment? All right, so now we're going to move forward to vote on the amendment. Council, please cast your vote electronically, and this was submitted in advance, so it's a majority required to advance it. Council member, we're still working on that. The agenda link's being a little glitchy tonight. Now we can do it. Council members, please cast your vote for the amendment. All council members have entered their vote, and the results are displayed on the screen, so that passes unanimously. Now we'll, being any other discussion? We'll go ahead and move forward to the vote on resolution number 2025 - oh, Councilmember Marshall, I'm sorry.
Just having trouble pushing the
That's
button.
okay.
I supported Councilmember Lim's amendment, but I can't support this resolution. Council is tasked, it's our duty to conduct oversight of the budget and spending. That's what the people elect us to do. This to me weakens that oversight ability for the sake of convenience, and I understand it. I don't have a problem with the MSAs. I just have a problem with the not having votes on when we go over a spending limit. So I'm going to be posing this tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion? All right, so council, please vote on resolution number 2025-59 as amended. All council members have entered their vote. I see Councilmember Leslie has joined us, even though he said he wasn't. Hi, I'm confused.
I am too.
Okay.
Mayor, if Councilmember Leslie missed that presentation, I'm going to advise that he not vote on this specific matter.
I saw the presentation. I've actually been here for a while. I just couldn't get
Oh.
in.
Thank you. So you feel, Councilmember Leslie, this is Nancy. So you feel like you heard enough on the master services agreement to, okay. All right, then
Yes,
thank
I-
you.
I
That,
do.
my apologies.
That's okay. Councilmember Leslie, then cast your vote verbally.
Yes.
All right, so you can enter that. And now all council members have entered their vote and their vote will be displayed on the screen. That passes 9-1. Thank you. All right. The next item of business for council's consideration this evening is Councilmember Marsh Holsham's request for future action regarding continued telephone services for city council meetings. This isn't a discussion, but an opportunity for council to provide direction on whether or not to move forward with this request. Councilmember Marsh Holsham, you have 5 minutes to present your request.
Thank you, Mayor. We all know that, I mean, we've been told and we heard the reason this was a pandemic era thing that we started. We didn't do phone-in comments before the pandemic, but since the pandemic, the public has gotten used to it. And the company that did provide the services stopped providing services. So we had to stop the service because we couldn't do it anymore. And it was expensive. We spent over $10,000 last year on the service, and I believe it was 95 people roughly using services. So there's a cost benefit factor in it. That said, I do think it is something we should explore other options. I don't think it necessarily has to be the same service or even look the same way, but I do believe we should explore other means for the community to make comments during council meetings if they can't be here in person. As a resident said earlier, sometimes people can't show up. They have families, they have other things going on. I do think it's important to give them that ability to comment during a live council meeting. I don't know what that would look like. I don't know what it would cost. I just think we should explore it. So thank you.
Thank you. City and County Manager Hoffman, you had some information on this topic.
Actually, Deputy City County Manager Dan Casey looked into it. The individual that left the company started his own company. It's not unique. It's not a novel idea, nor is it a novel technology. The primary cost is for the access and the operations and the individual that runs the actual platform. So it's not a big money maker for them, again, from a technology perspective. So they all run about $85 an hour. So the cost is generally the same.
So it would still come out to be like $100 per caller.
Right. Yeah, it turns out to be about $85. So depending upon the length of the meeting. So if we're to base it on the same number of individuals, which is the only number that we have, it's figuring between $82 and $107 per individual that calls.
Well, I've noticed, because I'm just going to jump in here, because I look at the screen all night looking for callers, that it's empty. There's no one calling in. There's maybe one random person every now and then, but it's not being utilized to the extent that it was originally. And the person monitoring for screening is just sitting there for 5 hours doing nothing because no one's using it. So that's my concern. I just did not see it returning on that investment because people weren't using it enough. But I don't disagree that it's a great option, but at that cost, I don't know if we could justify it. That's my 2 cents. We'll hear from others on the council. Councilmember Cohen.
I was number 2. Doesn't matter to me. I'm curious if we're not alone. I'm sure a number of councils have similar systems. I know Denver has a pretty robust system. You said there's a lot of other systems, so we could pick a different system and reboot it if we wanted to pretty quickly, correct? It's just a matter of cost. Are there And I'm sympathetic to the argument because if you're disabled, if you're at home with children or caring for an adult, or you're working or whatever, a physical requirement to be somewhere is a barrier, and I don't want to create barriers. There are other ways to communicate with council, of course, by email, text, or we could set up some system where someone could email during the meeting. I don't know if that creates any ADA issues, city attorney, or what the current law requires us to do.
We accommodate a specific request. So if there was, we have the ability to utilize our staff to work one-on-one with somebody. So if they had a ADA related accommodation, we would work with that person and find out what works best for them, which might be they type an email and staff reads it from the podium, or we figure out another way, but it would be very specific to that person's need. And it's not really we wouldn't buy a service generally because unless we knew we had a lot of a certain population that we needed to accommodate. So it's much more individualized than what we're talking about here.
And the system we're talking about, that's $85 an hour. It's more than a couple cell phones, but it's a system where you call in, there's a screening process, you're placed on a queue. So it's a little bit involved to that extent. So would a workaround, if we didn't want to spend the 10,000, is inform the public if you cannot attend physically, but you wish to comment during the meeting, here's the mechanism. Text this number, email this number, or email this address. And that can be presented to council either on our screens or in some way that might, I don't know if any other council does it that way to save the $10,000.
I think that's something we could definitely explore, particularly based on the numbers. And particularly based on the population that you're referencing, Councilmember Cohen, whether it's, to make sure that it's ADA, so there's accessibility for convenience or opportunity, and then ADA. So based on those numbers, I'm sure we could figure out a workaround.
So I guess to council, so we don't get into a discussion tonight, does everybody feel like we should explore other opportunities to continue this access? Not necessarily the one that you spoke of, but to maybe do a little bit of a deeper dive into maybe cost-effective options? Is that acceptable? And come back with some other options? Anybody have a problem with that? All right. Well, let's look into more options. Thank you. Thank you all for the discussion. All right. The final item of business for council's consideration this evening is Mayor Pro Tem Schaaf's request for censure regarding Councilmember Marsh Holshan's conduct. Broomfield City Council does not have a set process in our council rules for addressing such a request. As proposed by the city attorney, we'll have Mayor Pro Tem make a short presentation followed by a motion. If seconded, then Councilmember Marsh Holshan will have a chance to respond. We'll then take public comment and then open it up to discussion and a vote. So Mayor Pro Tem Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, fellow council members, staff, and public, I come with a weighted spirit tonight. In the last 7.5 years, I have witnessed some truly monumental moments that have shaped the community we share together. One thing I've learned from so many leaders and community members is just how wonderful the community of Broomfield really is, and how hard we work to ensure this community exemplifies the mission to serve the community in an efficient, respectful, and courteous manner. We do this work through treating our residents and employees with dignity, respect, and equity. As a council, we adhere to our council rules and procedures. Within this document lies the rules of conduct of council. It is because of these rules I come before you requesting we discuss the possibility of a public censure of Councilmember Marsh Holshan. Over the past 2 months, the council has faced a challenging situation involving Councilmember James Marsh Holshan's improper use of a P card and violations of the relevant policies. Last month, a core request included an email from Councilmember Marsh Holshan to Councilmember Henkel, where through his word choice, including specific and defined words, Councilmember Marsh Holshan violated multiple rules set forth in the council procedures and rules of order. These include rules such as 8.2, keep an open mind, specifically to leave personal agendas out to achieve the best outcome for Broomfield. 8.3, deliberate on the issues, specifically to speak to the merits of the issue and refrain from attacking or questioning a person's motives. 8.4, be respectful. Treat fellow council members, staff, and all persons appearing before council with respect. 8.5, make fair council decisions. Once a decision is made, support the work of the body. Do not undermine the decision. The email in question from Councilmember Marshallson states, I honestly don't understand how it is so glaringly apparent to everyone that JH, Jennifer Hoffman, is intentionally sabotaging council and making it look like she is the fiscally responsible person while council is irresponsible. All of which because we demand to hold her accountable for the gross negligence of the water mismanagement and dare to question anything on the budget. This email contains unsubstantiated claims, unfounded accusations, and unprofessional behavior. It undermines the reputation and respect of our city and county manager, other staff members, the council as a whole, and our community. Councilmember Marshallson has not responded with specific or documented examples to support his claim of gross negligence, nor has he provided concrete evidence to support his claim that Jennifer Hoffman or staff has intentionally sabotaged the council. The decisions of the city and county manager are not unilateral, and there is a team of professional, experienced, and knowledgeable professionals who make up Broomfield's greatest asset. This ongoing pattern of unprofessional behavior of Councilmember Marshallson is detrimental not only to the effectiveness of council, but also to the work environment for our staff and the public's trust in the organization. The statements made do not speak to the issue. These statements are a personal attack. These statements undermine the decisions made by council. I do not share Councilmember Marshallson's views expressed in the email, and I firmly believe that the council member's word choice and unsubstantiated attack on the city and county manager falls well outside the bounds of reasonable behavior expected from an elected official. It is on council to address this as a body, to say that we are not going to govern in this matter, to say that we are not going to treat our employees in this way. As many of you know, I substitute teach during the week and most often in elementary schools. The students and I frequently talk about mistakes, and mistakes do happen. One thing I've learned from these students is that when we say or do something to harm someone else, we own our actions. We name our hurt, we apologize for our actions, and we do things differently in the future to not continue to cause repeat or additional harm. The words expressed by Councilmember Marshallson were not mistakes that he is owning. He stands by his statements expressed in the email as confirmed by online posts and the quotes in the Broomfield Enterprise, although admitting the terms used were not intended for their official definitions. The request before you, council, is not about silencing opposing views or discouraging someone to speak their mind. It is about not permitting ourselves as a body to fall into the all too common low-level discourse that seems acceptable today. It is about not permitting ourselves as a body to attack others, especially our council-appointed employees, without proof and using words without the consideration for the consequences or impact. In public meetings, the council body discussed at length and voted on issues such as the water enterprise funds and city contracted waste hauling. There were differing opinions and votes. There were questions to the city and county manager and full opportunity to raise respectfully any disagreements. We have discussed the performance of our executive leadership in the executive sessions with the employees themselves, and the contracts for the 3 council appointees were addressed in a public meeting. With all these issues, other issues, the council agreed to be prepared to keep an open mind, deliberate on the issues, be respectful, and make fair council decisions. Councilmember Marshallson has provided time to debate all the issues, make his views heard, and when required, publicly cast a vote. The language expressed in the now public email violates the council's code of conduct, and that formal action and intervention is warranted. My February 11th email to council members for a request for discussion of censure was my notice to Councilmember Marshallson of the complaint. This request has been added to the agenda for tonight's meeting. Tonight's meeting is an opportunity for Councilmember Marshallson to be heard before any decision is made. Members of the council can follow up with questions or comments, and council can vote on a motion of a public censure of Councilmember Marshallson, and I ask that you vote in favor of a formal statement of disapproval. With that, I make a motion to censure Councilmember Marshallson for violating council's code of conduct by not keeping an open mind, by refraining from attacks, by not being respectful to our city and county manager and staff, and by not supporting the work of the body.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Schaaf has made a motion. Is there a second? Councilmember Ward.
I will second the motion.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Next, Councilmember Marshallson will have a chance to respond. Councilmember Marshallson, please proceed.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start off by saying that I cannot begin to express the level of respect and gratitude and admiration I have for the employees and staff of the City and County of Broomfield. You do amazing work every day, and my issues with the performance of Manager Hoffman in no way diminish the respect I have for each of our staff members. I wrote an email to Councilmember Hinkle expressing some frustrations. It was never my intention for those frustrations to be aired out in this manner. In the email, I did use the word gross to describe the negligence and mismanagement that I do believe have directly impacted the wallets of the Broomfield residents in the recent water rate increases, which Mayor Pro Tem Schaaf knows well that I brought forward at that time. That term of gross was reflective of my level of frustration to an individual council member, colleague, and was not intended to be used in its strict legal definition. The rest of my statement, however, I do stand behind. That said, as the City and County Manager is an employee of council, and serves at our pleasure per state law, discussions of performance is a personnel matter that is appropriate to discuss in executive session. I spoke with Councilmember Ward earlier today and agree with him that we should be bringing forward a special meeting, calling a special meeting in the near future to call an executive session to further discuss the performance measure issues in the appropriate venue. But the content of my email is not what this conversation tonight is about. This vote is not about whether you agree with my position on City and County Manager's performance or not. This vote is about our right and duty as Americans and elected representatives of the people to speak up when we see something wrong. When I was elected by the residents of Ward 1 to represent them, I swore an oath to uphold the Constitution and to act in the best interest of the people of Broomfield. I have done that. I swore an oath of loyalty to the people of Broomfield. I did not swear a loyalty oath to any individual or swear a loyalty oath to not speak my mind or criticize and call out wrongs when I see them. It is not only my right to do so, it is my duty as elected representatives of the people of Broomfield. Decorum rules are appropriate if a council member is verbally abusing other council members or staff, or if I was accusing someone of illegal or immoral acts without evidence. This was not that. This was criticism of job performance. Decorum rules are not appropriate when they are used to silence disagreement and dissent. We all see the events in our country right now where loyalty is being placed above truth and where disagreement results in threats and harm. As I said, a vote on the censure has nothing to do with the substance of my statements regarding the City and County Manager's performance. You can disagree with my statements and still hold of our American values that is dissent and disagreement should never be punished in silence. Council member staff's attempt to silence disagreement and dissent is un-American and obscene. It is an affront to all we hold dear as Americans, and I refuse to be silenced. No matter what the personal cost, I will always stand up for what I believe is right and call out wrongs as I see them. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, council member. So what we're here to talk about is your word choice and your disrespectful language used about our most senior employee. Your belief that your statements are justified is still no excuse to be disrespectful and attacking. What is before council tonight is not a redo of her performance review. What is before council is your conduct. And I think it's very important that council focus on the conduct and word choice of Councilmember Marsh Holshan. Councilmember Marsh Holshan, you have expressed that your email highlighted underlying frustrations. Those underlying frustrations, the issues you have with the city manager, are a personnel matter. Ms. Hoffman is our employee, and if you want to raise those concerns, that would be a personnel matter that's appropriate for an executive session, unless she, as the public employee, requests the discussion occur in public. So we will hear from my colleagues. Oh, yes, sorry. It is now time for public comment. So please make your way to the podium if you'd like to be heard on this issue.
Name is Gary Klopaki. I won't say what I said before. I too shared that frustration on the water plan. I wanted to put one plan next to the other one and look at what the assumptions were that drove the so-called funded depreciation models. I've conversed with Mayor Quinn, who I think is a marvelous person. And that brings up another point. I thought this whole tenor of this water is kind of through past members of council and staff and mayor under the bus, like they were the villains in all of this. But I tried to study that too. And if in fact he didn't get the information he wanted, That's a serious problem. That's what I read in the paper. And that's why I stuck around all tonight. A council member not getting full reports when they request it. I couldn't believe that. That's beyond the pale. So yeah, I'm frustrated too. I didn't get what I want in public information. And I think this whole water study thing was one of your really poorer moments. I mean, this was a categorical mess. The timing, the rush, the kind of responses I got at the open houses. Come on, this was not your finest moment. So I support the fact that he stood up and had the courage to say, this wasn't very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lois Vanderkoy, Broomfield Heights. A psychological sermon ahead. And I know I'm tired, you're probably tired, and so it may not penetrate. A poem from Rumi. There is nothing worse than thinking you are well enough. More than anything, self-complacency blocks the workmanship. Put your vileness up to a mirror and weep. Get that self-satisfaction flowing out of you. Satan thought, I am better than Adam, and that better than is still strongly with us, in us. Your stream water may look clean, but there's unstirred matter on the bottom. A teacher can dig a side channel that will drain that waste off. Trust your wound to a teacher's surgery. Flies collect on a wound, they cover it, those flies of your self-protecting feelings, your love for what you think is yours. Let a teacher wave away the flies and put a plaster on the wound. Don't turn your head. Keep looking at the bandaged place. That's where the light enters you. And don't believe for a moment that you're healing yourself. So I know some people don't rock poems, and I'll say a few words about this one, partly because I care about all of you and I care about staff and, our community. And it really hurts when there's so much anger and judgment and blame and, disagreements even coming up in our community. So as council, you are both individuals and a group that works with staff and residents to figure out how to best manage and meet community needs. Your opinions and decisions arouse praise and blame, fame and shame, gain and loss, and pleasure and pain. The major vicissitudes of being a human living with other humans. So how do you deal with these negative vicissitudes of blame, shame, loss, and pain? Rumi suggests that you be less self-protecting and learn from them to see clearly when a better than attitude comes in, causing aggression and blame towards others. Please have integrity and own what is yours when given feedback that hurts your sense of self. Also, please learn to treat others with kind truth-telling when you hold a mirror up to their actions and underlying vulnerability. You are learning to be teachers of love, both to yourself and to each other. I know it's a work in progress for me and not easy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Sandy Anderson from the Broadlands. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and city leadership staff. I couldn't find the rules of the process of censure, and it concerns me that the censure process seems to be unfair and not equally applied. Let me give you a couple of concerns and existing examples. Is censuring reasons as simple as I don't agree and therefore you should be punished? If that's it, I can think of several times there's been disagreement without censure. Maybe it's called censoring instead. I know there's been frustration on the dais before where there's been fodder given to public ridicule. I didn't like what I saw, and I talked with the person privately. Did that violate the highest standards of both conduct and in communication? Or maybe it does tie, as a council member expressed in an LTE, to the council rules and procedures required respect for fellow council members, staff, and constituents, including appropriate media use. This respect extends beyond council meetings to all interaction. That's coming from a quote from an LTE. Let me remind you of the beginning of this LTE. As Broomfield City Council members, we are elected to represent our community and serve with integrity, aligning with the mission of Broomfield, which demands that council members hold themselves to the highest standards, both in conduct and communication. Regrettably, these standards have not been upheld, sorry. So calling out a fellow council member by name in a published LTE, essentially accusing in media that that council member is not serving with integrity or aligning with the mission of Broomfield or holding themselves in the highest standards of conduct, which publishing this should be absolutely a violation and censurable if that's the litmus test of the process. If not, the censure of today is ripe full of hypocrisy. The single addressed email written as it was by a law school graduate who interned for the Colorado State Public Defender's Office, if meant as a legal document or legally charged language, wouldn't have been in that form. With words in all caps, it might as well have had emoticons in it expressing frustration. People get frustrated. People have their own motives, possibly selfishly or relationship-wise. People make mistakes, hate to tell you, but we all do. But if this pursuing the censure is as a punishment, it's not a good look. It's very disappointing. But if you do, you must pursue it equally.
Thank you.
Bill Crothers, Northmore again. In watching this whole thing play out on Nextdoor, that was my biggest problem with this whole situation. If there was an issue between James and Jennifer, we all know how that should have been dealt with. They should have either sat down together, discussed what was going on, or called you guys together in a meeting and says, hey, I have an issue. I want to talk about the city manager. I remember more than once coming to the meetings when we were having these vicious meetings about this whole water situation. And I remember the city manager many times standing up and saying, you know, we're all kind of to blame here. Let's put the blame aside. Let's move on. When the whole credit card situation came up, I didn't see the city manager going on Nextdoor and saying, what an ass, you know, how could this guy do this? And there's certain ways that things need to be handled. And you guys are all professionals, you know this. And going on Nextdoor was the absolute worst, no matter what. I don't care. It's just not the way it should have been handled. I don't, you know, censure, as we all know, censure means nothing really. Nobody gets really punished when they get censored. I mean, look at our federal government. And so I'm not sure that censoring necessarily the right way to go, but certainly something needs to be said. You can't go on Nextdoor to talk about these things, please. It's just not, it's not a good look. It's definitely not good for the city. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and staff. I second the objection to posting the grievance on Nextdoor and sharing it with the entire community. That was completely unprofessional. And in fact, I disagree with council members using Nextdoor, period. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Hi. I want to agree with them. I've worked professionally in very large multi-billion dollar corporations, and nobody ever gets along. And for a city manager to comment on Nextdoor is inappropriate. It's also inappropriate for a city council member to comment on Nextdoor. Whenever I had a grievance with somebody, whether it be a contractor, subcontractor, an employee that I supervised or manager, I took them into a room and discussed it with them. We may have yelled at each other, or we may have just sat down and had our notes and went over what our issues were, but we always sat down and came to a conclusion. And if we didn't settle it there, we made a point to come back later, because everybody at the table is important. Every voice should be heard. There's a reason why there's city council members, there's city staff. You're all working together to have a little spat like that is very unprofessional for all people involved, not just James, but the city manager. That's totally inappropriate. So why should he get censored and she not? That is wrong.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I was
Yes.
not on Nextdoor.
You were not?
This son, absolutely not.
Okay, well, that's what I heard.
No, it was a comparison. It was a, like.
Okay,
what
well,
if
I
she would've-
apologize.
That's
I
okay.
I got the wrong information, but none of that should have taken place. But to censure somebody or to, if you guys did this in private or in front of other people, that's not, to do it in front of other people is not appropriate. Be professionals.
Thank you.
Roxy Jula Lackamore. Well, I've been here a long time. Not as long as some of the really, really older people that have been in this city. But I've been here longer than it's been accounting. So this is pretty disgusting. I've been reading a lot of stuff in the press that I don't like to read either. So this whole council, in my eyes, needs to clean up its act. If you're going to pick on one, you better clean house. So everybody put your hands out and slap yourself and clean house. Think about what you're doing. Think about it. You're supposed to be our representatives. And you guys aren't doing a very good job out in public. So if you're not doing a very good job out in public, how can you be doing a good job sitting behind that desk? And as far as our staff is concerned, they work their behind off for the city and county. Every one of them. And I don't like every one of them. But they still work their behind off to make this city and county a good place for all of us to live. And sometimes you guys destroy it. So think about it. You're supposed to be here for the people, not for yourselves. So think about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Yuju. I'm from Willow Park. I don't like public speaking, but I just want to say I like all of you. I've known a lot of you for many years, and this is disheartening to see. I think instead of censuring, maybe conflict resolution or mediation might be better for the resentment or issues that you might have. So I'm sorry, I'm not being very articulate right now, but not for the censuring, but maybe for something more productive to get to a peaceful resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to be heard? Please make your way up to the podium.
Hi, I'm Kim Tuisini Pansai from the Outlook. And it's been a long, very, very long night. Mayor Pro Tem, City Council and staff. And I speak in support of what my friend Yuju just said, that I think what is needed here is, conflict resolution, coming together, making things right, going ahead and discussing the issues that are driving this and resolving them as best we can. But censure, public discussions, it just doesn't help. I often think of the late, great Robin Williams and his quote, "Everyone you meet is fighting a battle you know nothing about. Be kind always." And there's so much strife and, just escalation of tensions right now that I don't think this is what Broomfield needs. I think we need to find a way to de-escalate the tension between people. And that comes with honest discussion until we find a resolution. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Bruce Peterman, Ward 4. I think I have to dig back to my Star Trek episodes to think of a couple of things here. One comes to mind is one of the original Star Trek episode, Mirror, Mirror, where Captain Kirk gets into the transporter and transports, they're going somewhere, and he gets pushed into the alternate universe where you got the mean side of the Star Trek. So you got Spock there with the goatee, and for you younger people, you need to really go into the original Star Trek. I don't know. I feel very uncomfortable. Sometimes I listen to a lot of this stuff here, and I appreciate people's opinions, and I also appreciate things if there's something that needs to be said out loud, or is it like in a type of whistleblower situation, by all means, I support that. But there are decorum and rules. I understand that as well. You have jobs, tough decisions. I was in a lot of those meetings listening to the water thing, and it is really tough. And I've listened to people in my neighborhood about the water prices. And yes, I ran my mouth on that just a few minutes ago. But that being said, people were surprised at, oh, there's water. And I said, okay. And without being too much of a jerk to them individually, I want people to take responsibility, even down at the citizen level. It's like, why don't you come to a meeting? Why don't you come listen in? I know there's people that that can't be here tonight that are listening to me or listening to this meeting via the YouTube. So I also think it's important to hear those, when we got back to those call things. I know it's more complicated than cell phones, but I still will offer cell phones. Let's put the problems in front and not so much the people and the interactions and the personalities. I bet you I could go off and have a beer with James and run my mouth a lot. And maybe I don't like his opinions. Maybe I don't like Heidi's opinions. Maybe I don't like Tom Cohen's opinions. Todd, sorry, not Tom. See, I can't even get his name right. So, Devin, I appreciate what you put forth. I listened to everything you said. James, I appreciate what you've put forth too. Not a fan of the P card thing. Dude, I've been working in the federal government for 35 years, and I'd be on my butt doing one stupid thing like that. Wake up. I'll leave it at that. You guys can make your decisions. You're all adults. I guess I am too. I try to play one on TV anyway. Thank you for listening. Thanks.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to be heard? All right. So we'll move to Discussion? Is there any discussion? Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. I had 5 points I wanted to make in my reaction to this. And I wanted to note that, so hopefully I can get through it in my time allowed. I wanted to note when I was first appointed to council and came up here and sat in this chair, the first vote I had to make was on a proposal to basically regulate what council members could and couldn't say on their social media channels. And I cited that was a very slippery slope to get involved in trying to suppress future speech, that it's an infringement of the First Amendment and we shouldn't go there. I voted no. I believe it was a tie vote, if I recall correctly, and Mayor Castriota broke the tie to defeat it. In light of the gentleman who just spoke, I can make a Star Trek reference. It's like becoming a member of the Borg. It sounded like we need, as a council member, we had to align with the collective, and that was offensive. But my point is, I want to cite the same principle here. I think it applies that to censor a fellow colleague for expressing an opinion is an infringement on First Amendment rights. We all have the right to state our opinion. It doesn't matter whether we agree or not disagree, and I'm not stating an opinion either way, because I want to stick to the principle that as American citizens, as a council member, we have a right to express our opinion. And we should not face a chilling effect of censoring our fellow colleague's speech. And it also takes away that person's right to represent their constituents if they aren't allowed to express their viewpoints, if they're representing their constituents and their colleagues say, well, you can't say that. We don't like that. We don't like the way you say that. We don't like your opinion. And that violates their right to honestly represent their constituents. So I'm opposed to that. I know the Mayor Pro Tem made note in his statements that he thought what the council member said was inaccurate. But I want to remind my colleagues that we are a council, we're not a court. We are not taking evidence, we're not accepting testimony to make some verdict on whether what Councilmember Marcia Holston said was true or false. That's not our role. And that's not what the censor seeks. It says to censor the council member's behavior, or as the mayor just said, word choice. So we need to stay focused on what's being asked and also be focused that this is not a proxy vote for some other reason, not to express membership to a certain team for A team or B team. It's focused on this, what this censor is asking for. 3, I want to note that there is, I think, I forget who mentioned it, but there's no protocol for a censor. This censor cites rules, code of conduct. And if you read that code of conduct, it very clearly, a very plain reading of that code of conduct refers to council meetings. It refers to how council members debate each other, how we interact with the public. It makes no mention social media, emails, text, ex parte conversations, speeches. It refers only to council meetings. So it's a bit of a stretch to apply a penalty to someone for a rule they didn't really break because the rules didn't apply to what they are accused of doing. My other concern is there's no parameters, as I think the mayor mentioned, or I think the city attorney. Censor is not mentioned in these code of conduct either. There is no stipulation for how to conduct censor or what qualifies for censor. So that raises the question of why now? Why this instance? And I think it's something that we should be suspicious of. It's dangerous not to have rules to follow because it leads to an inequitable application, unfair application of censor, and makes you wonder, I think that makes the public wonder if there's ulterior motives at work. We need to follow strict parameters. Also, I would like my colleagues to consider there's no precedent for this. We don't have precedent to look back and see who else got censored because no one has. And there has been cases where you can make the case that a council member should have been censored. I won't get in details. There's a council member who called a woman candidate a B word, was not censored. We have a council member.
It's a censor, it's a censure.
Censure, pardon my pronunciation.
Big difference.
Referring to censure, there's no precedent. There was also a council member admission of arrest for pushing a police officer and other arrests. There was no censure. So what's the standard going forward? The mayor mentioned word choice. That struck to me because are we really going to censure someone for word choice? That's an infringement of free speech in my estimation. Now, you may ask me, is there any words I would be willing to censure? Yes. If the council member used hate speech, If the council member used abusive speech, there's an example in Aurora where a city council member frequently texts her colleagues. If they don't follow her, she sends them an FU, though she spells out the F and the U. That's abusive. And finally, speech that incites or threatens violence. So there is speech I would consider beyond the pale. And if we want to censor people for using that, we need to put that in the code of conduct. We need to be specific. So we as council members and the public know what the standard is before we start enforcing it or applying it somewhat willy-nilly because we are offended by what was said in this instance. I want to be sure that we do this fairly. And I also want to say that we need to protect freedom of speech. It's important that all council members feel free to express their opinion. It doesn't matter whether I agree or not. If I was the subject even of what council member said, I would vote no on censure because I don't think it's appropriate. And a final, real quickly, Mo, that I think the last gentleman spoke to. I feel like this was blown out of proportion and could have been handled differently and privately. This email was never meant to be public. That was not the council member's intent. But I'm worried we're spending way too much time studying our navels. And it looks to the public that we're just spending all our time on petty conflicts rather than focusing what I think our residents are most concerned about. That's public safety, streets, cost of living, sustainability, affordable housing. The list goes on and on. It is not how we speak to each other or how we vent, perhaps, privately to each other. So I don't think this is productive, and I would urge my colleagues to think and reflect on that there's a better way forward that set a different precedent of how we handle conflicts like this, defeat this, and let's move on and focus on the issues I just mentioned, which we need to do on the behalf of the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to echo Councilmember Cohen's statement and thoughts. I think this has gone a bit out of focus, and I think that the community and the City Council Broomfield should absolutely, take a moment, step back and look at this. Again, a censure is a public reprimand and formal statement of disapproval of an elected official's actions. For me personally, looking at this from my view, again, I'm not going to get into the weeds, so to speak, of what the email was about. And as someone who looks at this is a failure of communication, a failure in, conflict management. And I think this is a step too far. Obviously, emails and communication with one another is, important to talking and having a relationship with members of staff. And by no means I am going to say, what the context was right or wrong. But I do believe in freedom of speech. I do believe in having the ability of speaking your mind. And obviously, as Councilmember Cohen has mentioned, this email was never meant to be public. And now we are engaging in political theater. And while I can recognize that the situation might not be ideal, I think it is one that is unprecedented. And if we go into this step, there could be more motions for censure or censure. And that's one thing I don't want to see because we should be focusing on more, larger priorities. And I'm sure that there are other ways of addressing this issue rather than reprimanding or making a formal statement of disapproval as mentioned. So I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Member Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Marshall, as I consider you a friend, this is a very difficult situation or unpleasant situation for me, and I think many of us on this council to be in. You have posted on social media that this is an attack on your freedom of speech and we're trying to silence you, which I do not hold that belief. I think this motion for censure, as it has been stated, has no legal weight behind it. We have no processes in our rules and procedures in order to reprimand city council members for inappropriate actions or words that they use when talking to or about staff members with unsubstantiated claims. And therefore, censure is our only mechanism to, as a body,
and also as individuals in a public setting, show our disapproval with the words or actions that any of us now or in the future may partake in. You stand behind your words that the city and county manager is purposely trying to sabotage the city council, while you walk back the claim of the gross part of gross negligence, because you say it was not meant to be taken in that context. Context is all dependent on who reads those words, and words have meaning. For city and county manager Hoffman, as well as staff members, it was taken in a much harsher way than you had intended. And for members reading the emails online, or anyone in the future, when they look at future employment, those words could have much harsher meanings for employers reading those comments. And so I think censure is an appropriate mechanism in which council to show support for the city and county manager and her staff, and demonstrate that these words are not to be taken lightly. I think it is appropriate for you to have issues with either communication style, what is being communicated to you by any member of council or of staff, but it is entirely inappropriate, especially for someone with your education and legal background, to use gross negligence and purposeful sabotage in the way that you did. I don't like the way that this process has played out. I think I've mentioned that to Mayor Pro Tem Schaaf, but we are where we are. And so therefore I will stand behind the motion for censure, because it is our only mechanism to, as I stated before, show our disapproval of the word choice that you used. And in the future, it is incumbent upon you to use the mechanisms that we currently have in place and may put in place in the future for you to bring about issues with city and county management, or any of our other employees that we directly oversee. You had 3 total one-on-one meetings in person with Manager Hoffman last year, along with close to 85 individual email communications with her. This was not brought up. These issues were not necessarily brought up in those circumstances. I think in the way that demonstrates the frustration that you had with what was being communicated or how she was communicating. And I would say the same is true for other members of council. But we are to hold ourselves to a higher standard because we are elected representatives than the rest of the public. And so that is the last word I will say on this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you all for staying here late at night. I know this is late for you all too. I don't feel comfortable moving forward with the censure with how little structure there is around a censure, nor assume his intentions. And a censure in my eyes is an action, not an opinion. He took this action alone and never insinuated, we all agree. As you listen up here, there isn't even a consensus on what a censure is. For one council member, it's free speech. Another, it's the type of words used. For another, it could have landed as an opinion. His action was an opinion he shared with one other person. It wasn't a menacing LTE meant to be spread. Additionally, we would be moving forward without a real pathway, as we've never had a censure before. We didn't have a memo, and that's why it was on Nextdoor, or your government transparency on this item, and we don't even have common language around a censure. And by doing so, we are assuming his intentions and violating our own rules by assuming his intentions. Building an airplane while trying to fly it never ends up well. With that, I do not support a censure. Setting a precedence is important within common language and structure in order to gain public trust. And that language and structure hasn't even been established to move forward with such a motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lim.
This is very difficult. I do think that Councilmember Marshall should be censured, I'm sorry, for making unsubstantiated claims of gross negligence regarding an employee of council. This is a situation where we are the employers and he is making a comment about the employee. That puts it at the level of a personnel matter. And it should not have legal claims made in that regard about personnel matters. Without being substantiated. I do think that we could benefit from further conversation about the context of the claims. And I hope that that those conversations can move forward in some context. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. I will keep this pretty short because we've heard a lot of what I want to say already, following on the heels of Councilmember Ward and our Mayor Pro Tem. And I really, this has really hurt our community. I think I recognize, and this is where it's so hard, because I recognize that the email that was typed and sent was never, ever meant to see the public. Like, no one should have ever seen this email, but we also all recognize, and most of us put it at the bottoms of our emails, that everything we write is subject to CORA. So I'll add, this is really what I want to add here. I just lost my computer, so that's great. Okay, so Manager Hoffman has an open door policy. I have never once had something that's bothering me where I haven't been able to, I've either called or said I want to set up a meeting and just walk right in and just say everything I feel and work it out. This isn't something where we don't have access. And I think there's a piece here, and I don't want to speak for staff, but I think this hurt. I think what came out in this email and what, you know, as everyone's interpreting this, it doesn't just hurt our manager, it hurts the staff under our manager. And I think we need to take that also into consideration, that this is a lot of hurt came out of it. And we can throw out other times where we all have the things that we do that aren't right. And we can talk about other ones later, but this would be the first time that we would use a censure. And I think it's a wake up call and a warning to this council, to the way we interact. And our primary focus here should be on infrastructure. It should be on what makes Broomfield function and operate. And I would say our display, this display on Nextdoor is not helpful. The social media presence, I think it's a wake up call to all of us to do better. And so I support the censure, and I think many can remember the multiple times. I think it's more than once I tried to bring forward council rules and to correct some behaviors. So we never got that far, and here we are. This is the time to start doing better and holding ourselves to that higher standard. So I do support censure. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member comments? Is Councilmember?
Mayor, I'd like to speak.
Okay, Councilmember Leslie.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to repeat what my colleagues all said. I support both sides of the issue. I think both are right in many ways, but I oppose censure. I would rather us look at this as a teachable moment, learn how we should proceed going forward, but keep this out of the public eye. I think that this is something, there are other alternatives. Censure is not the only alternative. There are other things we should do, and I think we should explore those. So I'm voting no. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Councilmember Marshall.
Just want to clarify a couple things. Several people have said something about unsubstantiated claims. An email to one council member was not informed to substantiate claims. Heidi and I, Councilmember Hinkle and I discuss things all the time. It was a frustration email. It was not a public email. I understand it's horrible, and that's what happened. And there are avenues to discuss these issues, which I have, many of my colleagues, I have expressed those frustrations to individually, including you, Mayor. This was something that was going to be brought forward in the future. I was intending to bring this forward, but this all came out forward first. And obviously we are here, which is why I do believe that we should move into an executive session at some point in the near future to have this discussion, because I do have evidence and claims that I would use to substantiate my words. My words were not disrespectful. They were simply criticism of personnel performance. And to the question of social media, I put up what I thought was a fairly vague social media post, both on Facebook and Nextdoor. Only after the memo was released last Wednesday, all the memo said was Councilmember Marshall is being censured for misconduct or something along those lines. There was no context. There was no information presented. It was just a statement that I did something bad and I'm going to get punished. So I put up the social media post and as vague as I could as a way to defend myself, because I have that right, because I was being accused of something unfair in my opinion. So I put up a social media post as to defend myself. There was comments. I answered a few comments on Nextdoor, probably shouldn't have done that, but here we are. I do believe that what I said was accurate. I walked back the gross negligent because I don't have evidence for that, because that was just a frustration, but I do stand by my other statements. And when we move into, at some point in the near future, move into executive session, I will substantiate those claims. And that is where I'm at tonight, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, this is hard, this is heavy, and this is unfortunate. One thing I'm always trying to remind myself of is to be impeccable with my word. As an elected official in a leadership role, it's an expectation, how you conduct yourself in every forum. And that's why we have the rules of, not disrespecting each other, honoring the work of the body, because we make a decision with consensus. And once that decision is made, we have to accept it and move on. Undermining is when you don't accept it and don't move on. We have a process in place to meet and communicate with our council appointed employees, including the city and county manager. We all regularly email her. We see her at these and other meetings. We just held a focus session. She's always made herself available for one-on-one appointments, more than any other city manager I've ever seen. And we just held our annual performance review and evaluation with 3 executive sessions. And I can tell you that this was not the will of council. We made a decision to continue her contract, offered her an increase, which she declined. And during that meeting, there wasn't a vote because we didn't have to change the contract. There were no changes, but it was a council moving it forward to renew her contract for another year. And none of this was said. But I think Councilmember Marshall is attempting to avoid criticism of his own behavior. And he's attempting to justify disrespectful language about one of our employees by explaining his frustrations. I think it was inappropriate. And I think the subsequent behavior on Nextdoor was indefensible. So I don't know if I'll have to vote on this, but I think, I feel like this is the only recourse that we have to call out objectionable behavior, which I find this objectionable. So if there's no more discussion, we have a motion for censure and a second on the table. Council, please cast your vote electronically. Bruce, what is your vote?
I vote no.
Okay, Leslie is no. I don't vote then, since Councilmember Marsh-Holston is not voting.
Yeah,
There's-
and Mayor, people might not know that, but our charter says that a council member doesn't get to vote if the issue is their conduct.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. So the votes have been cast and the results will be displayed on the screen. That passes 5-4 with one abstention. Who abstained? Oh, that was you. Okay. I'm sorry. So that passes 5-4 for censure. Did I get that right? Okay. So thank you all for this important discussion. Is there any other business to come before council from my colleagues or staff? Councilmember Ward.
Mayor, I move that we move into executive session to discuss personnel matters related to the city and county manager
Tonight
tonight.
at 11:30.
Yes. But
Is there a-
council's decision.
Is there a second? We're past the 11 o'clock hour, so first I have to poll council and determine if they would want to extend. Then we'd have to take I need guidance on this because we would need a 7 vote, a 2/3 majority. Ms. Hoffman, did you have something you wanted to say?
Do I have a choice of whether I
Yes,
go
you
into exec
do.
session? I
Yes.
prefer not to go into exec session.
And have it in the conversation in the public?
I would.
That is your right. So first, we have to cross the first threshold. It is 11:30. We would need to get council approval to extend past 11. So who's in favor of continuing this? No, they want to do it tonight. Which would be a public executive session, sounds like. When an executive session is called on one of our employees, they have the right to choose whether it's going to be in the public. So tonight in public, raise your hand. I'm not seeing a lot of hands. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. We need to do something at some point to have this discussion of some form. And I don't know what that looks like. I don't want to, I will participate in whatever form we need to, but we need to find a path forward where we can conduct business without these concerns creeping up and figure out what it is we need to do. And I would look more to our city manager because this is a sensitive issue and we need to figure out what we're going to do here. But I support what you said earlier that we just went through this process and maybe it's that we go till next year. I don't know what it looks like. I just think we need to do something because it doesn't sit well right now.
I don't think anything should happen at 11:30 PM. It's never a good idea. Councilmember Marshall.
Sorry, Mayor. My conversation with Councilmember Ward earlier was that he was going to request that the meeting be next Tuesday as a special meeting, not tonight.
Go ahead, Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. Manager Hoffman is out of town next week. And since you have claims that you want to substantiate, I felt it was important to have those conversations sooner rather than later. I do recognize that doing things late into the hour is challenging and tough on us all, but I felt it was important. It is council's decision, though, if we do that. And if council would like to hold it at a different time, I am more than happy to postpone it to a date certain. I'll withdraw the motion and we'll figure out a time in which to have a special meeting.
I think that's wise. Mayor Pro Tem Schaaf.
I was just going to agree. I think it's important that we call a special session in order to have an executive session. So I support that and would like to find a date if possible. Thank you.
All right. So newsflash, I'm actually leaving on vacation Saturday and I'm going to be out of the country for 2 weeks. So you guys are more than welcome to have this conversation without me. But I don't know how about scheduling if I have to do a special meeting request.
Mayor, there's a mechanism where 4 council members can request a special meeting so they
Do
can
you
do it
want to take
without.
the lead on that, Councilmember Ward? Okay, good. Well, y'all have at it. Okay. Well, then that's the plan. Well, you guys can set up a special meeting and I'll be on vacation. Anything else? All right. Is there any other
Yes,
business? Councilmember.
Mayor Pro Tem Schaaf just said something about setting up a special meeting so we can go into executive session. But I understand that City Manager Huffman does not want to go into executive session. It's all going to be discussed in public. Is that correct?
It's 11:30. I've been here since 6:15. I'm exhausted. I think Ms. Sun and some of the residents said it best that may I contemplate it? I mean, my immediate reaction is I want it in public. I want to be able to have these conversations.
So you don't have to
let me
make a
contemplate
decision
it.
right now.
Okay.
And Councilmember Lim, it's still an executive session. We would still follow the procedures, but instead of going in there and shutting the door, we would keep the discussion in here, but it would still be an executive session, just held in public.
I see. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
All right. Anything else?